Hello and welcome you all to the discussion of test 5, mock test 5, and till now you all have attempted 5 mock tests, and I hope you have improved bit by bit from the mock test 1, and in each discussion you might have learned so many new things. Okay, so now let us begin the physics part of the discussion. So beginning with first question, what it is. So here these are batteries actually, 2 volt, 4 volt and 6 volt. 3 resistors are connected like this. We need to find what is the value of V naught. Now this point is grounded. Jhakas, Guruji Pranam. Hello Jhakas, Pranam. So here we need to find the potential of this point. So what we can do is, generally these type of questions we can very easily solve by nodal analysis. Otherwise, if you apply Kirchhoff law and then write the equations, it will take a longer time. Now nodal analysis means this point is grounded. Here we are considering the potential is V naught. So at this point, now here this current let us take is I1, okay, this current is I2, let us take this current is I3. So I can say I1 plus I2 plus I3 has to be equal to 0. Why so? Junction rule. Okay, so at this point the sum of these three currents I1 plus I2 plus I3 has to be 0, because the incoming current is 0, so the outgoing current has to be equal to 0. Now what is I1 in this? This point is having potential 0, this point is having potential V naught. This is 6 volt, so this potential will be 6 then. V naught minus 6 divided by this resistance is our I1. Yes, so V naught minus 6 divided by how much is this resistance? 1k. This is 1k, this is 1k, so that is 1000. So this is my I1 plus what is I2? Same way, this is 0, this is 4. I2 will be V naught minus 4 divided by this resistance plus, same way here, this is 0. What is this? This is 2. So V naught minus 2 divided by this resistance, this is equal to 0. Now this method we call as nodal analysis. It is very quick. Not always. It's not that in any of the circuit if you apply nodal analysis, it will be very easy to solve. No. If these type of things you see, then you can apply. Now solving this equation is pretty simple. 1000 I will take common. So 3 V naught becomes 6 plus 4 plus 2 is 12. So V naught comes out to be 4 volt, which is fourth option. But sir, in question, middle circuit not connected with V naught. Middle circuit not connected with V naught, where you are talking about? Which middle circuit you are talking about? It's not connected with V naught, no problem. We need to find that value of that potential. You should not say that it should be connected like this. No, that is not required. I need potential here. I know this reference potential. This is my 0. This is grounded. So here I am applying just junction rule. I1 plus I2 plus I3 has to be equal to 0, because 0 current is coming. So 0 current should be going from this junction. Another question, the dipole of magnetic dipole moment is this. It is placed along y-axis in a uniform magnetic field. Okay, the torque acting on it is simple formula based question. So what is torque? M cross B for magnetic dipole. If it is electric dipole, I will be writing E cross P. P cross E. And for potential energy also, if I write the potential energy for this is minus M dot B. For if you write the potential energy for electric dipole, that is minus P dot E. Okay, so relate the formulas like this. Now put the values. What is M? M is 30 J cap cross with this is B is 2 I cap plus 5 J cap. So one by one you can take the cross product. Now if there is like I cap, J cap, K cap, cross I cap, J cap, K cap, then doing cross product with matrix is easy. Okay, then use the matrix method. Okay, find the determinant of that. Otherwise, if there is like here only J cap is there, here only I cap, J cap is there, then go one by one. J cap cross J cap is 0. J cap cross I cap is minus K cap. So minus 60 K cap. Third option. Yeah. Next, a capillary tube of radius r is immersed in water and water rises in it to height h. The mass of water in capillary is 5 gram. Another capillary tube of radius 2r is immersed in water. The mass of the water will be. Now, if I change the radius, how the mass that rises in the capillary tube will change? Let us take this is liquid. This is my capillary tube. Water rises till height h. What is the formula for h? 2t cos theta divided by r rho g. This is how we write. Now, if I ask you what is the mass of this water, what is the mass? You will say mass will be equal to volume into the density. So, if I say mass, that is volume into the density, how much is the volume? H into pi r square. So, pi r square cross section into the height h. Now, you will say, sir, what about this meniscus? It is having some spherical kind of shape. Neglect that thing. Okay, I am just considering this to be a cylindrical volume. So, pi r square into h. Okay, into the density rho. So, from here, if I write this is pi r square and what is h? H is 2t cos theta divided by r rho g. Okay, this is my h into rho. So, mass is basically coming proportional to r. Mass is coming out to be proportional to r. See this thing. If proportionality relation is there and here it is mentioned, what is the mass when the radius is, okay, where is the radius? Radius is made 2 times. If r is getting 2 times, mass will also get doubled. Where initially the mass was how much? 5 gram. Now the mass should be 10 gram. Yes, 10. Perfect. Next, 4 rods each with different radii and length L are used to connect 2 heat reservoirs at different temperatures. Which one will conduct most heat? Okay, now let us take if you have a rod like this and here you may say some temperature T1 and some temperature T2. Let us take T1 is greater, so the thermal current will move like this. How much is the thermal current? Thermal current, I'll say that my thermal current is equals to potential difference divided by the resistance, thermal resistance. I always relate with electrical circuit. Okay, easy to remember, easy to solve. So potential difference, instead we will take temperature difference and thermal resistance is L by Ka. This is how we write. Now, what is mentioned to us? The radius is mentioned and the length is mentioned. Okay, radius, this is area, so pi r square divided by L. So Q is coming out to be proportional to pi r square by L, means proportional to r square by L. Now see the ratio of r square by L for each of that. So here we are having 1, r square by L, here we are having 2, r square by L, here we are having 2, r square by L, here we are having 8. Don't say, sir, centimeter meter convert. No, each of them is having the same unit. So r square by L ratio will be 1, then 2, then again 2, then we are having 8. Which one will conduct most heat? So most heat will be conducted by fourth one. Here it is 8. Okay, largest. Yeah, resistance is L by Ka. This is my thermal resistance divided by resistance. So whenever you solve these type of questions, always relate with the electrical circuit. Solving the electric circuit, we know how to solve that quickly. So things becomes very easy. For an SHM, if maximum potential energy becomes double, choose the correct. Maximum kinetic energy will become double, maximum mechanical energy will double, both of them, neither of them. Now understand this thing, that maximum potential energy is half Ka square, we know that. And maximum kinetic energy and the total mechanical energy is also equal to that, isn't it? How the curve goes, we denote the potential energy like this, maximum at the ends, minimum at the mean position. Kinetic energy is maximum at the mean position minimum at the ends, and the total energy is like this. So maximum potential energy is equal to maximum kinetic energy, which is equal to my total mechanical energy. So if maximum potential energy become twice, these two will also get twice. So I'll say both 1 and 2 are the correct options. Yes. Sir, silly mistake को कैसे improve करें? Vinay, silly mistakes are mainly due to lack of confidence. Confidence comes by practice, by hard work. Okay. Therefore, do more and more practice. Once you will be very confident, then there will be no scope for silly mistakes. Certainly, sometimes few things can happen, can always happen. Don't worry about that. But most of the part will go away if you get some confidence in you. Next, simplest question. 10 to the power 80 plus 3, if t is time, then the dimension of A is. Now you see here, this is in the power. I should take a lighter color. Still not that. Okay. Oh, sorry. Let me take that only. Okay. So this is in the power 80. Now, if this is in the power, it means this whole has to be dimensionless. It means 80 plus 3, 3 is dimensionless, 80 also has to be dimensionless. It means 80 is having dimensions of m0, L0, T0. A, dimensions of A into dimensions of T, what is that? That is T, is equals to m0, L0, T0. Therefore, I can say dimensions of A is same as 1 by dimensions of T, which is m0, L0, T minus 1. Third. Yes, everyone, each one of you are getting third. Yes. Okay, that's great. Another question. A ball is thrown vertically upward. Which of the following graph represent velocity time graph of ball during flight? Now the ball is thrown like this. Ball will go to the maximum height, then it will come back. Is the direction of acceleration changing? No, it's not changing. Direction of acceleration is always in the downward direction. Whether the ball is going up or ball is coming down, the direction of acceleration is always downward. It means what? The slope of VT curve will be negative. Okay. Acceleration is in the negative direction. So always negative. Which option? Fourth option. Always negative like this. Yes. Yeah. I think this particular mock was very easy as compared to other mocks till now. This seems to be the easiest one. In a long glass tube, mixture of two liquids, A and B, with refractive indices 1.3 and 1.4, forms a convex refracting meniscus towards A. Okay. If an object placed at 13 cm from vertex of meniscus A forms an image with a magnification of -2, then the radius of curvature of the meniscus is. Let us try to draw the diagram. So it's a long tube like this. Two liquids A and B. Here it is A, here it is B, and it is forming a convex meniscus towards A. It means the meniscus is like this. A is having refractive index 1.3, B is having refractive index 1.4. If an object is placed at 13 cm from the vertex of meniscus in A, it means wherever object is 13 cm from here, it means somewhat here, and this distance is 13 cm. And the magnification is -2, then the radius of curvature is, we need R for this. Magnification is given to us as -2. Now, how we write magnification in such cases when the you can say refractive index is different. Here it is 1.3, here it is 1.4. So magnification we write like m is equals to V divided by mu 2 divided by u divided by the refractive index there. Okay, so the image distance divided by the refractive index of that medium, that is mu 2, divided by the object distance divided by the refractive index of that medium, that is mu 1. Now here, what is v and u? We will relate that. Mu 2 and mu 1 we know. So v divided by mu 2 is 1.4 divided by u divided by 1.3, and this is given to us as -2. Okay, so v and u relation we got. So 13v divided by 14u is equals to -2, and I can say v comes out to be minus 28u by 13. What is u? U is from here with sign convention. If I write u is minus 13, so put that there. My u is minus 13. So if I put u as minus 13, v comes out to be 28. Means here this is 28 centimeter. Now I know the distance of object, I know the distance of image, I need radius of curvature, so relate with the formula of spherical refracting surface, that is mu 2 by v minus mu 1 by u is equals to mu 2 minus mu 1 divided by r. Now use that. So mu 2 by v minus mu 1 by u is equals to mu 2 minus mu 1 divided by r. Mu 2 is 1.4, so 1.4 divided by u is plus 28, so 28 minus mu 1 is 1.3 divided by u is minus 13 towards the left. Okay, so minus 13 is equals to mu 2 minus mu 1 is 1.4 minus 1.3 divided by r. I am writing each step so that everything is very clear for you all. Wendy graph generator लाया आज घर पर. I am very happy. Oh, that's great. So Wendy graph generator is like if what you can do is there with time what happens, the potential increases, potential increases, potential increases. How it happens? That was there initially in the NCERT, then it was removed from that portion. There are two spheres. Okay, if any charge you bring on the inner sphere, okay, that is connected with the outer sphere, the charge will move to the outer sphere automatically, because outer sphere is always at higher potential, like that. Anyways, this becomes 1 by 10, so 1 and what it is 1 by 20, and what it is 1 by 10. 1 by 20 plus 1 by 10, this is equals to, this is also 1 by 10, 0.1, yeah, so 1 by 10 r. This got cancelled, and this is 1 by 2 plus 1, that is 3 by 2 is equals to 1 by r. So r comes out to be 2 by 3. 2 by 3. Everything was in centimeter, so r will also be in centimeter. 2 by 3 centimeter. Next, for which of the following wavefront the intensity of light does not vary with distance? Now, spherical wavefront, if you talk about, point is, we have point source at the center. As you move out, what happens? The surface area increases. So power remains the same, surface area increases. Intensity is power divided by the surface area. So that intensity keeps on decreasing as you move out. Plane wavefront, it will not decrease. Okay, so the rays are parallel. Okay, any wavefront, this is, you can say, when the rays comes like this. So we have the plane wavefront. Okay, now the plane wavefront is there. As you move in the direction, will the intensity change or not? No, intensity will not change. The same amount of power is distributed in the same area. That area remains the same. So intensity will not change. Plane wavefront. Cylindrical wavefront, you can take the source like a wire. As you move out, the surface area increases. Power remains the same, so it will decrease. So only second is the correct match. Next question. A butterfly is flying with velocity 4√2 meter per second in northeast direction. Okay, let us draw it. So a butterfly is moving with 4√2 meter per second in northeast direction, means like this, 4√2, and this angle is 45 degree. This is velocity of the butterfly. Wind is slowly blowing at 1 meter per second from north to south. From north to south. Okay, I am taking this as north, this is south, and this is east, this as west. Always these are the default directions. Whenever you solve the question, east, west, north, south is given. So doesn't matter in which direction you are sitting in the room, okay, during the exam, your right is east, left is west, top north, down south. That is the default, you can say, direction convention. This is how the wind is moving, and this is 1 meter per second. The resultant displacement of the butterfly in 3 seconds is. Now we need to find the resultant of these two vectors first. We'll find the resultant of these two vectors. That will become my resultant velocity. Velocity is constant. So from there, I can find how much distance it will travel in 3 seconds. Now take the resultant of this. So 4√2, I'll take the component first. This is 4. 4√2 cos 45. 4√2 sin 45. This is also 4. Now along y-axis, 4 minus 1, 3. So this is 3. Along x-axis, we are having 4. Resultant of these two vectors will be along this direction, how much? 5. This velocity is constant, so speed is constant, that is 5. Yes, so the distance it will travel will be 5 into 3. Yes, so the distance will be 5 into 3, that is 15 meter, which is option 1. Clear? Next question. When a train stops suddenly, passengers in the running train feel an instant jerk in forward direction. Now you know the concept behind this, but let us see what is mentioned in the options. First, the back seat suddenly pushes the passenger forward. No, this is incorrect. The inertia of rest stops the train and takes the body forward. No, it's not the inertia of rest, it's the inertia of motion. This is incorrect. Upper part of the body continue to be in state of motion, whereas lower part of the body in contact with seat remains at rest. This is true. Why it happens? Because the lower part of the body is in contact with the train. Okay. Therefore, when the speed of the train suddenly changes, lower part is in contact with the train, it changes suddenly. But the upper part, you can say, is free. It is having the same velocity, therefore a jerk will be there in the forward direction. Next question. The magnetic flux through a coil varies with time t as shown in the diagram. Okay, this is phi versus t. Which graph represent the EMF with time? How the EMF will vary? Sir, I make many mistakes while solving graph-based questions. Okay, so if you make many mistakes while solving graph-based question, then I think first of all understand or try to revise few of the basic, you can say, graphs, the straight line, the circle, the ellipse, the parabola. Most important is the straight line. Okay, and sine and cos also. Solve some questions on that. Then things will be very easy, because in physics, the questions that we have on graphs, it's not even 0.1% of the maths. Okay, so in physics, we'll have the simplest things from maths. Okay, therefore, need not worry very much. Understand the basics, that is okay and fine. Now here we see, can you tell me what is the equation of this phi? Simple. If anyone sees this, will say, sir, it is a sine curve. Yes. So if I write phi here, you will say it will be phi naught into sine omega t. The equation is like this. I need the equation of EMF. So how to relate EMF with the flux? This is flux. We know induced EMF is equals to minus d phi by dt. Yes? Then solve it. Put here phi. What is phi? Phi is phi naught sine omega t. So phi naught sine omega t. Simple. What it is now? Minus. Phi naught is constant, that will come out phi naught. Now if you differentiate sine omega t differentiation is omega cos omega t. So omega cos of omega t. Clear? Now see, this is a minus cos kind of curve. Which one is minus cos? Third one is minus cos, isn't it? This is plus cos, this is incorrect. This is sine only, this is incorrect. And this is also, no, this is not plus cos, this was plus cos. This is also incorrect and this is also incorrect. So we are having only third as the correct match. Simple basic idea how the sine curve look like, how the cos curve look like. Not that difficult question. Next. In an AC generator, a coil with n turns, all the same area A and total resistance R rotates with a frequency in a magnetic field B. The maximum value of EMF generated in the coil is. Simple direct question. So first of all, if you write flux, now the coil area is rotating with an angular velocity omega. So at any time t, if you write flux, you will say flux will be B dot A. Okay, so how? B into A into cos of theta between them. And there are n number of turns, so we'll say into n. This is my flux. Theta will vary because it is rotating with angular velocity omega. So at any time t, if we can say the flux will be omega t. This theta will be omega t. So n B A cos of omega t. Like this. This is my flux. Now you need induced EMF, differentiate it. Induced EMF is equals to minus d phi by dt. So minus of d by dt of this. NAB, this is a constant. Take that out. NAB. Differentiate cos omega t. Like this. So if you differentiate it, what it will become? Cos differentiation is minus sine and cos omega t will be minus omega sine omega t. So minus omega, when it will come, it will become NAB omega sine of omega t. This is the induced EMF is coming. What we need? We need the maximum value of this. Maximum value of this is NAB omega. NAB omega. Yeah, the maximum value of EMF. Yes. Clear? Sarji, I found this mock as the easiest among all this in series. Yes, this mock is the easiest. Actually, he'll say we have made the differences because NT also makes such difference. Some shifts are very easy, some shifts are very lengthy, some shifts are moderate. So in mocks also you'll see, I think this shift was easiest. Previous shifts, many of the shifts were lengthy also. I think last shift was very lengthy. Many questions were very lengthy. This is very simple, very easy. Okay, next question. A sphere S of mass m. Now, this is what you have to do. You have to, therefore I say, whenever you are starting, solving the questions, so first identify the easiest one. If shift is easy, you will identify, 10 to 15 questions from physics, direct questions. Okay, very easy for you to solve. But if shift is difficult or moderate, so at least 5 to 6 questions, very easy you will find. Do them first. And then do the moderate ones and leave the difficult one. Complete your chemistry portion, maths portion, okay, which one is doable, then come back at the end, then do the most difficult questions which takes time. So thank you so much. Your lecture and live helped me for my January shift. Thank you. Welcome Purvi. Thank you for this appreciation. A sphere S of mass m is given a finite angular velocity in horizontal axis, okay. We rotate it like this, passing through its center. Now it is gently pushed on plank P, okay, of mass m. So we are having this plank, we rotated this sphere first and then we gently put it. Then what happened? The coefficient of friction between the two is mu. The plank rests on smooth horizontal surface, okay, this is smooth, means this surface is smooth. The initial acceleration of sphere relative to plank will be. Now first for C for sphere. Now sphere was rotating like this. Now you are keeping it on the plank. So just when you kept it, what will happen? Slipping will be there. Friction will be static or kinetic? Kinetic. Friction will be kinetic at that moment when you are just putting it. Okay, so friction will be kinetic. Where the friction force will be, this surface is going to move in this direction, so friction will be in the opposite direction, this direction. How much is that friction? Mu into n, because this is kinetic. So that is mu into n. What is n? N is mg. So this force, this is the only force in the horizontal direction. Yes. So if I ask you what is the acceleration of the sphere, you will say, sir, force is this. Acceleration will be force divided by mass. So acceleration, when we say acceleration for a sphere, it by default it means the acceleration of the center of the sphere. So acceleration is F divided by the mass there, m. So it becomes mu g for the sphere. Now C for the plank. C for the plank. This is our plank. I'm putting this sphere like this. Sphere was having kinetic friction in this direction. So plank will have in which direction? This? Yes, opposite. How much is that force? Force will be same, mu mg. Is there any other force on this plank in horizontal direction? No other force, because the lower surface is smooth. So no other force in the horizontal direction, only this force is there. So what will be the acceleration of this plank? That is in this direction, force by mass. Mass is same, so acceleration in this direction is F by m only, which is mu g. So plank is going to the left with acceleration mu g, the sphere is going to the right with acceleration mu g. Find the acceleration of sphere with respect to plank. So sphere with respect to plank will become 2 mu g. Mu g, okay, and minus this, so minus means in this direction, so that becomes 2 mu g. That is second option. Okay, sir, how could I improve my number of questions, as I'm only able to attempt 15 to 70 questions in physics in mocks? Okay, so 15 to 17 if you are able to attempt, that is not bad. Okay, that is good. So it means 15 to 70 questions, 15 to 70 easy questions you are able to do, or you are attempting from the beginning and you reach till 17. If that is there, that is a problem. So don't solve the paper from the beginning. Solve the easiest one first. Okay, so generally what happens, let us take some lengthy question is there. Now you are able to solve that correctly, that is okay, but that lengthy question you solve at the cost of 2 to 3 questions. So better to skip that one lengthy question and attempt the other 2 to 3 questions. Okay, you have to be smart, you have to be intelligent in the exam. Exam is not an ego game. Nobody will see, oh, that moment of inertia question, or that simple projectile motion you did or not, that question. No, nobody will see that. Everybody will see how many questions you did. That is what is important. Okay, so be smart, don't take exam on your ego, and identify first the simplest ones and then do the moderate one and leave the difficult or lengthiest questions. If you get some time at the end, do it, otherwise leave them. Okay, many times I have seen, like if you see many times in 1 to 2 questions you may find in a paper that is actually of advanced level. I saw one question, I think in 2025, one question was there, it was actually of advanced level, and 2026 also few questions. Yes, why they are there? They are there to skip. Okay, don't solve them, skip them. This is what is needed. Therefore, when you solve the paper, identify these questions, okay, and skip them as of now, come back to them at the end. This is what is needed. If you do that, your life will be easy. If you don't do that, then you will say, sir, it's taking time to complete. Sir, I don't lack in time, lack in number of questions to attempt. Okay, I got. So you are not lack in time, but you lack in understanding the concepts. It means you have backlogs of the topic. Therefore, you need to cover the backlog. I'm going to post a video how to cover all the backlogs in physics. Okay, so that will give you a detailed analysis. But first of all, write down all the backlogs, okay, which you are having. Try to cover them. How you can cover them? Better is, now the time is very less, so better to do them by using one shots. So we are having already one shots on our channel, and my one shots are very precise. Okay, so the duration is not that long also, and everything is there, so very precise there. So try to learn all the concepts from there. Sufficient number of questions I am taking in the discussion, then do some practice by yourself. Once the concepts are clear, certainly then those topics which you are skipping right now, you will be able to do. Next question. Following curve shows the variation of intensity of gravitational field I with the distance from the center of sphere of radius r and uniform density. When the sphere is uniformly, you can say sphere where the density is uniform, we know inside the gravitational field vary linearly and outside it varies inversely. Direct relationship is there inside, directly proportional to r, and outside it is inversely proportional to r. If you want me, I can do the derivation. This is sphere. Okay, so let us take, I'm talking about r less than r. So there is a point which is at a distance r like this. I need what is the field here. So how will I do that? I'll divide this into two portions. Outer shell and the inner sphere. Outer shell will have zero contribution in the field because this point is inside the shell. Inner sphere will have, if let us take here the mass of the inner sphere is m dash. Okay, what will be the field there? There g into m dash divided by r square. Now m dash will be the density rho into the volume 4 by 3. So this was r square. 4 by 3 pi r cube. So here you see this field is proportional to r inside. If you talk about outside, total mass is there. Okay, so gm by r square. So then inversely proportional, you can say 1 by r square relation is there. Inside it is directly proportional to r. Outside it will be inversely proportional to r square. Now it can be like this or it can be like this. Now you see here this is negative, here this everything is positive. We know field due to gravitational field is pointing inside, so opposite direction is there. So opposite direction is there, therefore third option will mark. Okay. Sir, I have studied almost all chemistry, all chapters in physics, but sometimes due to lack of confidence or not remembering the concepts, I attempt less. Then you have to remember them. Okay, if you need some, formula charts, prepare some formula charts, try to remember them, solve some more questions, that will give you confidence. Hard work gives confidence, that is clear. Okay, hard work will give you a natural confidence that you cannot copy from anywhere. Okay, so don't have a fake confidence, have the real confidence by more and more practice. Next question. Two hollow spheres of radii 2 cm, 4 cm are charged equally, then the ratio of surface charge density on the sphere surfaces of spheres will be. This is like a very simple question. Anyways, surface charge density that we write as charge divided by the surface area. So charge Q divided by surface area 4 pi r square. This is how. Radius is given, the ratio of the surface charge, okay, are charged equally. Q is same, radius is 1:2. It means the surface charge density will be in the ratio 4:1. Okay, radius is getting twice, surface charge density will get 1/4 times. So 4:1, that is second option. Sir, previous question answer 1. Okay. I think third and first are having, oh, sorry. This is not a straight line. This is not a straight line. First option is there. Yes. Thank you for telling. This is not a straight line. I thought this is a straight line, therefore I marked it like this. This is also incorrect, and this is a straight line, but this is positive, we need negative, therefore first option is correct. Next. A finite ladder is constructed by connecting several junctions, several sections of 2 microfarad, 4 microfarad capacitor combinations as shown in figure. Okay. It is terminated by a capacitor of capacitance C. Here we are having a capacitor of capacitance C. What should be what value should be chosen for C such that equivalent capacitance of the ladder between point A and B becomes independent of number of sections between them. It means independent of the number of sections of 4 and 2. 4 and 2. If I connect any number of sections, the capacitance will remain the same. How to do that? Simple thing, just see the option. Okay, or common sense also says, if I connect a 4 microfarad capacitor here, 4 give me 2, then 2 will come in parallel with 2, 2 to 4, then 4, 4, 2, then that 2 in parallel, that series is repeated, isn't it? Yes. So 4, 4, 2, then 2, 4, 4, 2, then 2 and 2 will become our 4. This 4 in series with 4 again will 2. That 2 will be in parallel with next 2, that will give us 4. That 4 will again be series in 4. 4, 4 will give us 2. So that way the series will be repeating itself. So first option is there. Clear? Previous question, yeah, first increases linearly. Yes, that is correct. I corrected that. Yes, okay. Next, a force acts on 30-gram particle in such a way that the position of the particle as a function of time is like this. The work done during the first 4 seconds is. So what is the work done? Work energy theorem says work done is equal to change in kinetic energy. Okay, so work done is equals to half m v final square minus v initial square. Find the v final and v initial. Now this is position with respect to time. Can I find velocity with respect to time? Yes, velocity v is dx by dt. So differentiate it, it will become 3 minus 8t plus 3t square. Let me check it. 3 minus 8t plus 3t square. Yes. Now put t is equal to first 4 seconds. So 0 and 4. So initial velocity at t is equals to 0, my v1 is 3. And at t is equals to 4, my v2 will be equal to, put t is equals to 4 in this equation. So this will become 3 minus 8 into 4, 32 plus 3 into 4 square, 48. What it is? 48 minus 32 is 16 plus 3, 19. Okay, I got my initial velocity and my final velocity. Now work done is equals to change in kinetic energy. Work energy theorem. Half m v2 square minus v1 square. Half into mass. How much is the mass? 30 gram. So 30 divided by 1000, converting that to kg, into v2 square minus v1 square. So 19 square minus 3 square, that I can write as 19 plus 3 into 19 minus 3. 19 plus 3 is 22 into 19 minus 3 is 16. 2 into 8 then. Now you can do the calculations. Okay, so what it is? 30 into 22 into 8. So this is 5.28 joules. That is first option. Clear? Great. Next question. Solid toy is made of material of uniform density in which lower portion is hemisphere of radius r and upper portion is a right circular cone of height h as shown. If its center of mass is at junction, the center of mass of this system is at the junction, then the value of h is, okay. Now where is the center of mass of a solid cone? At a height of h by 4. Where is the center of mass of a solid hemisphere? 3r by 8. That should be remembered, okay. So the center of mass of this upper portion is here, that is h by 4, and the lower portion is here, that is 3r by 8. Center of mass is at center. It means from here if I write the distance, my m1 m1 into this h by 4 is equals to m2 into 3r by 8. Here I am considering the upper is having mass m1, lower is having mass m2. The center of mass is at the center. So m1 x1 should be equal to m2 x2. m1 into h by 4 is equal to m2 into 3r by 8. Simple thing. What is m1? Mass into the volume. Mass is density into the volume. What is density? Density is same for both of them. So density let us consider as rho. Into the volume is 1 by 3 pi r square h. Clear? Yes. Into h by 4 is equals to m2. Mass into the volume into the density there. What is volume? Half of the sphere. So 2 by 3 pi r cube, and into the density, that is rho naught, or rho I considered, into rho. This is my m2 into 3r by 8. This is clear. Now cancel rho here, r square. So I can say this, here it will remain square, and pi 1 by 3, 1 by 3. So this is h square, this 4 into 2, 8. Okay, and this 2 is also getting cancelled. So my h square comes out to be 3 into r square. Therefore h comes out to be root 3r. Root 3r, that is option 3. Clear? Next, the ratio of intensities between two coherent sound sources is 4:1. The difference of loudness in decibel between maximum and minimum intensity when they interfere in spaces. Now, loudness question was asked in this year also, one question. Okay, generally, like rarely we see question on loudness, but this year also one question was asked. Anyway, there is one formula, just remember that formula. Everything is fine. The ratio of intensity between two coherent sources, I1 by I2 is given as 4 by 1. Now, if I ask you what is Imax by Imin, what will be the ratio? The difference of loudness in decibel between maximum and minimum intensity. Therefore, I need Imax and Imin. How to find? Imax we know is root of I1 plus root of I2 whole square, and Imin is root of I1 minus root of I2 whole square. How we write it like this? We know intensity is directly proportional to square of amplitude. Maximum intensity will be when both the amplitudes add. They are in phase, both the amplitudes will add. Okay, so that will become A1 plus A2 resultant amplitude. So resultant intensity will be proportional to A1 plus A2 whole square. Okay, therefore, and A1 is proportional to root I1, A2 is proportional to root I2, like that we wrote. Similar way, minimum intensity when both the amplitudes, you can say, both will interfere out of phase. So we'll subtract the amplitude that case. Now this is root of I1 plus root of I2 whole square divided by root of I1 minus root of I2 whole square. Now 2 plus 1, 3 square 9, 2 minus 1, 1 square 1. So that is coming out to be 9. Now the formula for loudness is 10 log I2 by I1, this much dB. How we write loudness? Loudness we write, this is my delta L difference. Okay, loudness we write as 10 log I by I naught. You remember that? 10 log I by I naught. So when I subtract these two, 10 log I by I naught. So I1 by I2 by I naught minus 10 log I1 by I naught. When you subtract that, it will become I2 by I1 like this. Now write it 10 log, what is I2 by I1? That is 9. So 9 is 3 square, square will come out, so this will become 20 log 3 dB. 20 log 3 dB, which is second option. सर एक रिक्वेस्ट है, एक सेशन जिसमें सारे फॉर्मूलाज हों सर, दोबारा से कंसेप्ट्स नहीं देख पा रहा सर, क्विक रिकैप टाइप ओनली formulas if possible. No, only formulas, then I can forward some sheet, for some formula sheet for you. I think that will be better, isn't it? Means you want me to come in live and show the formulas, then I think like giving a formula sheet is a better way. Like you will have that PDF, you'll be able to remember from that and revise from that. A metallic sphere. Now question number 21, we are moving to the numerical section. A metallic sphere of radius 21 centimeter is kept in path of parallel beam of light of large aperture of intensity 1 by 110. Force exerted by beam on sphere is. This is a question of radiation pressure. Now one of the most common mistake that students do, not students, the teacher also do in these type of question is, here you see the beam is coming like this, the sphere is like this, okay, radiation pressure we have to find, the light is completely absorbed, we will use I by C, okay, effective area we will take pi r square, so pi r square into I by C, the answer will be wrong. You can take effective area only when the pressure is same everywhere. Now this beam is coming, the pressure at different points on the sphere will be different. So you cannot take the concept of effective area that just do pi r square into the, take the pressure into the effective area, that is pi r square. No, that is wrong. So don't use, I am writing it, don't use effective area here. Why? Because the pressure is not same everywhere. Pressure is changing with theta. Note this down. Pressure is changing with theta. We cannot take effective area here. If you take effective area, answer will be wrong. Now let me show you how that will be wrong. Okay. Let us take on this sphere at an angle theta from here. Let me take this angle theta. I am taking a ring, this ring, okay, this ring on this sphere. Now what will be the pressure here? What will be the pressure here? My light is coming like this, this angle is theta, this is also angle theta. So with the vertical, vertical means normal, with the normal, this is my normal. What is the angle? That is theta. What will be the pressure? I naught by C cos square theta. This is completely absorbed, therefore 2 factor will not be there. So pressure is I naught by C cos square theta. This is the pressure. Why? Because it is completely absorbed. This is mentioned to us. So therefore 2 factor is not there. If it will be completely reflected, I will be using 2 I naught by C cos square theta. But you see this pressure is changing with theta. Now what will be the force? Force is pressure. I am writing the dF on this ring. Pressure into the area, that is dA. What is pressure? I naught by C cos square theta. What is the area of this ring? Surface area. Radius is this. How much is that? This is r. Okay, so this is r sin theta. So area of this ring will be r sin theta into the thickness of this ring. 2 pi r sin theta into the thickness. Length of the ring is 2 pi r sin theta. 2 pi r sin theta. Okay, how much is the thickness of this ring? R d theta. So r d theta into 2 pi r sin theta. This is dF. What will be the direction of this dF? Force will be perpendicular to the surface. So this dF is in this direction. we need to take horizontal component because all the horizontal components will add and all the other components will cancel out. So take the horizontal component, this component, how much is that? df cos theta. This is my dfx that is adding. So dfx, so if I write dfx, I need to multiply here cos theta again, and if I do that, it will become cos to the power 3. This is an important concept, therefore I am taking time to explain this to you all nicely. The diagram is clear? Yes. So dfx is equal to 2 pi r square I naught by c, that is constant, I am taking that out. Or one more thing, let me keep 2 there only. I am taking out pi r square into I by c. Integration cos cube theta into 2 sin theta d theta. Limit of theta will go from, I need all the rings, 0 to pi by 2. 0. Now if this type of question is there in the exam, if you don't know the concept, then better to skip, because otherwise this will be a lengthy question for you. Now integrate it. So how to integrate it? I'll consider cos theta as my t. Yes, I can consider 2 also, I can take it out, isn't it? Yes, better to take this 2 also. This is of no need here. Yeah. Now what you can do is take cos theta as t. So differentiation of this is minus sin theta d theta. This is my dt. Now put it there. So this will become my dt, this will become my t cube, a negative sign will come there. So minus 2 pi r square I by c integrating t cube dt. T cube integration will be t to the power 4 by 4. So now further I am writing here, force will become minus 2 pi r square I by c into t to the power 4 by 4, t to the power 4 by 4. Again write sin theta as t, so this will become sin theta to the power 4. Like this. Then limit of theta 0 to pi by 2, 0 to pi by 2, and then it will give us, when you put pi by 2 it will become 1, when it will become 0, anyways, when it will become pi by 2 it will become 1, when it is 0 it will become 0. Everything else is fine. Let me see, things seems fine, no calculation mistake. Okay, so it will become 1 by 4 factor will come, that will give us 1 by 2. So pi r square I by c by 2. I am not taking the sign, I just need the magnitude. Pi r square by 2 I by c. If I will be would be taking the effective area concept, it will be pi r square into I by c, isn't it? 1 by 2 factor is coming. Now put the values here. Pi is 22 by 7. R square, what is R? R is 21 centimeter. So 21 centimeter square. So 21 square divided into 10 to the power minus 4, I can say, into I is 1 by 110. 1 by 110. Okay. By C is there, that is 3 into 10 to the power 8 divided by 3 into 10 to the power 8. And 1 by 2 is also there. Okay, now 3 into 7 is 21, so 21 square will go, only 21 will be there. 2 into 11 is 22, so this 10 will remain there. This becomes 21 into 10 to the power 9 and 4, that is 13. So 21 into 10 to the power minus 13 we are getting. Therefore, my K value is equal to 21. See the solution again, check it. Check this. I think this was the most difficult question of this entire paper, and better to skip these type of questions in the exam. Yes, this is a deep concept, and let me tell you, 99% of teachers generally do these type of questions wrong. Why? They take effective area concept, and if you take effective area, then this is wrong. You will get 42 answer, which is not correct. And I mentioned you cannot take effective area if the pressure is changing. If the pressure is constant everywhere, then you can take effective area. Okay, please keep this thing in mind. If the pressure is constant everywhere, then you can take effective area. Otherwise, you cannot take effective area. If it will be a cylinder like this inside a water, okay, inside a water at a depth, the radius, let us take as very small as compared to my depth, then I will be taking effective area, not here. Next question. In a LCR circuit, a resistor of 300 ohm, a capacitor of 25 nanofarad, and inductor of 100 millihenry are used. For maximum current in circuit, the angular frequency is, maximum current means resonance condition. What will be omega? Omega will be 1 by root of LC. And I need angular frequency only, omega only that is needed. So 1 by root of, what is L? Now resistor is 300, C is this, L is this. So 100 millihenry into what is C? C is 25 nano, means minus 9. Now what it is? 9 and 3, 12. Minus 12 will go out of the root, 10 to the power 6 divided by 25 and 100. Take this out of the root. So 25 is 5, 100 will take 10. So now what it is? This is 10 to the power 5 then. Okay, so I can take 100 out. So this will become 20 into 10 to the power 3. Yeah, 20 into 10 to the power 3. Okay, we need in 10 to the power 4. So sorry, that is 2 into 10 to the power 4. 2. Yes, that is 2. Perfect. Next question. During an adiabatic process, the pressure of gas is found to be proportional to cube of its absolute temperature. The ratio of 10 Cp by Cv for the gases. What is mentioned? The pressure of the gas is found proportional to cube of its absolute temperature. This is the relation. I know that temperature is proportional to P into V. Yes. So P into V cube. So I can say my P square V cube is constant. Therefore, my P V to the power 3 by 2 is constant. This is the condition. And this is adiabatic process. For adiabatic, we know PV to the power gamma is constant. Therefore, I got my gamma as 3 by 2. And what is gamma? Gamma is Cp by Cv. So Cp by Cv is 3 by 2. What is 10 into Cp by Cv? 10 into 3 by 2. This becomes 15. Okay. Next. Gamma upon 1 minus gamma is equals to 3. Okay, that way you are saying. A body of mass 1 kg collides head-on elastically with a stationary body of mass 3 kg After collision, the smaller body reverses its direction of motion and moves with a speed of 2 meter per second. Okay, I am having one body which is of mass 1 kg, another body which is of mass 3 kg. Initially, okay, let us take, it is coming with speed u, we need to find u, okay. This was at rest, this is the initial condition. Final condition is, this is 1 kg, this is 3 kg. What is the final condition? The smaller body reverses its motion and moves with a speed of 2 meter per second. So it moves like this, 2 meter per second. The initial speed of the body before collision is, what is u? Let us take, it is moving in this direction with speed v2. Now, two equations. One is conservation of energy and conservation of momentum. Instead of conservation of energy, I can use equation of coefficient of restitution, same thing, okay. So better use coefficient of restitution, their square terms will not be there. So conservation of momentum, if I write, so 1 into u is my initial momentum is equal to, my final momentum is, I am taking left direction as negative, so minus 2 into 1 plus 3 into v2. Solving this equation, I got my v1 and v2 relation. What is that relation I am getting? 3v2 minus u, that comes out to be 2. First equation. 3v2 minus u, that comes out to be u. Next is coefficient of restitution, means velocity of separation by velocity of approach, that is my E. Now this is elastic collision, it means velocity of separation is equals to velocity of approach. For elastic collision, E is equals to 1, remember it. So velocity of separation is velocity of approach. What is the velocity of separation here? v2 plus 2. What is the velocity of approach? Only u. So I got my v2 as u minus 2. That is my second equation. I need u, so I'll put u2 here. Okay, so 3 into u minus 2, this comes out to be 3 into u minus 2, minus u is also there. So minus u, this comes out to be my, what it is, 2, yeah, 2. So we are getting 3u minus u, that is 2u. So 2u minus 6, that is 2. 2u comes out to be 8, u comes out to be 4. So initial speed here we are getting 4. 4 is the correct answer for this. Yes, E is equals to 1 for elastic collision. If the collision is inelastic, perfectly inelastic, then it is 1, then it is 0. Okay, their velocity of separation is 0. Okay, and if there is some intermediate case, then you may take what is the value of E that is given to us. Next question, next and the last question of the discussion. 2 moles of an ideal diatomic gas is taken through a process that is Vt square is equals to constant, so that temperature increases by delta T 300 Kelvin. The ratio of delta U by delta Q of increase in internal energy and heat supplied to the gas during the process is, what is? So delta U by delta Q. What is delta U? NCV delta T. Always independent of the process? Yes. Why? Because that is a state function, divided by Q. Now this is a polytropic process where Vt square is constant. T is proportional to PV, so I can say P square, V cube is constant. So I can say P V to the power 3 by 2 is constant. If this is the polytropic process, how we write C? C is equals to Cv plus R upon 1 minus alpha, where Pv to the power alpha is constant. Okay, so my alpha is 3 by 2. Now put it, Cv, which gas it is? Diatomic. Diatomic have 5R by 2 plus R upon 1 minus 3 by 2. Everything is there, clear? Wait a minute, this was PVT square. Yeah, okay, things are okay. So 1 minus 3 by 2. 1 minus 3 by 2 is minus 1 by 2. So minus 2R it will become. So 5 by 2 minus 2 into R. So this is R by 2. Now C is R by 2. So write it here, N into C delta T. So delta T is getting cancelled. So I need ratio of CV by C. What is CV? This is diatomic gas, so 5R by 2. What is C? I got R by 2. So this got cancelled and this comes out to be 5. So the answer comes out to be 5. This is polytropic process. Yes, perfect. This is a polytropic process. So if a polytropic process is there, remember this equation, the molar heat capacity CV write as CV plus R upon 1 minus alpha. Let me highlight for you so that you will not forget it. Okay, so this was all about the physics portion. Now we will discuss chemistry portion with Gaurav sir. So let us see if Gaurav sir is ready. Okay, Gaurav sir is there. So it's over to you, Gaurav sir. Thank you all. We will meet in the next discussion. Bye.
Yes. Hello. Good evening, students. Thank you so much, sir. It was a wonderful session. I hope it helped everybody. And finally, now, I hope now we are in a sync of attempting these mock tests as well. So I can see new names, Mr. Kadu, Mr. Kala. I guess you have been coming. I mean, this is the first time you're coming live. Yes, Yes, Jhakazi, how are you? So I hope your junction is doing good. How much you scored? I guess this physics paper was also doable. Chemistry also, you must have seen it is doable. So what I mean, if someone is willing to share the score. So what is the score you have been getting for this mock 5? And I hope with the mock 5 some amount of confidence has been increased. You will be coming into a sync ki once you study you feel ki sab ban raha hai. But once you attempt questions you get a feeling अरे वो भूल गया. And once you know what bhul gaya, you actually know where your where your weak sections are falling. So that therefore these mocks are very important because they ask you that where you are falling back at your theory, and if wherever you mark that this is the place you are falling short, go and revise that section. That will be a perfect revision for you guys. So I hope think this is helping you. पाई अका ओके ओके खुश रहिए बेटा वेरी वेरी आई मीन welcome, a warm welcome to you. So I hope you will be you must have attempted the previous mocks as well. So you definitely see, even if we are coming and seeing these reading these comments live in YouTube, but still we know you. I mean, although we have not met, but the energy has been synchronized because of the fifth mock. So we have a relation of 4, and with fifth I hope it is helping you to actually know what are your weak areas. Adityam, hello. Yes beta, good evening. Covered all backlogs. Perfect beta. After physics, okay beta, perfect. Okay, perfect. So ठीक है, let's start the job. So I hope nobody has told me the marks, although I was interested in knowing the marks also for this mock, because I feel the marks must have been increased, but because you are not telling me, so I cannot do anything. So let us do the discussion rather. So the first question is, which one of the following is expected to have पैरामैग्नेटिक नेचर? नाउ बिकॉज ऑफ द फैक्ट सर फॉर केमिस्ट्री मैं डेली एनसीईआरटी रीड करता हूँ. बिंगो, वेरी गुड, झकास. आई मीन झकास टू दैट स्टेटमेंट. फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट, 1 आवर सोने से पहले मैं पास्ट ईयर देखा. सर अप्रैल में उन्होंने कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स पिक किए थे, डायरेक्ट एग्जाम्पल सर. हाँ बेटा, इफ यू आर टॉकिंग ऑफ examples from NCERT, then yes, definitely. If you are beta, see, NTA has to make 10 papers and they have to normalize all the 10 papers, 10 papers on the 5 days. You have 10 question papers, so obviously the concepts are gonna repeat. They are not going to ask you chemistry of an MSc pass out, so they are definitely going to ask concept around NCRT only. So what is required is you practicing to the best of your efficiency. So direct questions you get. Triggered is giving answer for this question. Maybe he's saying 2. So let's see. A classic D block or maybe coordination compound question, which I mean such questions are very much asked in JEE also. So obviously you must have got the answer. Jhakas is saying 1 Shireen. Okay, you must be saying the first option. So let's see. Paramagnetic compounds have unpaired electrons, so let us found those answer. I don't join batch. This discussion is help me to crack. Okay, then it is good as well. But Kiran B. So Kiran, if you have not joined the batch, I mean it's completely your choice. But my point is, how will you estimate or have a measure that whether you are improving or not? For that you have to give the test na. Because discussion, seeing a teacher solving question and you solving question yourself and then only participating in the discussion to at least get the feeling that where I was falling back or falling wrong or falling, maybe you were taking longer amount of time to come to a question, or maybe you were taking the right approach and maybe I am giving the longer version. So whatever analysis is there, you can only have once you attempt the paper. That's why I say this discussion is going to help 100 folds better if you have attempted the paper and then coming to the discussion. I mean that's just an advice beta. I cover chemical equilibrium in your lecture. Very interesting, Guruji. Okay, beta. I thank you. I'm very happy that it helped. So, okay, coming to the question. I guess this is quite a doable question. Nickel, what is its oxidations? What is its atomic numbers? Are 28. So this is 4s2, 3d8. Now, what is the oxidation state of nickel in this particular compound? Obviously water has no charge, so this is x plus 0 equals obviously plus 2. So 2 electrons of nickel will be gone, so these outermost shell electrons will be gone and you will be left with, so Ni plus 2 will have an electronic configuration of just 3d8. Now, what type of ligand is water? So water is a weak field ligand. So because water is a weak field ligand, so there will be no forced pairing. So you will be filling electrons just like you do fill a normal set of degenerate orbitals. So obviously what will be the hybridization? Hybridization will be sp3d2 and you will be having 2 unpaired electrons. So obviously option 1 is paramagnetic. You can obviously check the other options will also be diamagnetic because it's a single correct question. So I hope we are clear with this question, a quite doable question. Sir, how many marks in chemistry should we get to score 99 plus percentile? Beta, on an average TRP, I would rather say if your paper is of moderate level, I mean the January attempt which we have seen for 99 percentiler, I feel you should minimum attempt a number of 20 to 21 questions. So that will make a mark of 80 to 84 marks. I mean you should attempt that with, let's say, 10% efficiency. So maybe you did 2 incorrect, so you targeted for 88 but then minus 10 gone, so somewhere around 78, 84, so 74. So anything around 70 to 75 to 80 is a good mark for 99 percentiler. Although for some sessions the mark can be reduced also. Why? Because over there were, I mean, a lot of statement based questions were there. So maybe because percentile is something you score with respect to other students, so maybe with respect to other students you can have a better percentiler on a lesser rank. But that largely depends upon the day and session at which you're giving your paper. So you just try to attempt all the easy questions, beta. Let it be what is the percentile, because now April attempt is still left. So you just work on yourself. Remember that I love that Salman Khan film. What Sultan ko Sultan hi hara sakta hai. So only you can beat yourself. So make yourself a competition daily and beat yourself daily. Whatever you have studied the day before, beat yourself tonight. Once you will be going to bed tonight, you should score much better. You should practice, you should perform, you should put inputs in a better amount that you have placed yesterday. So beat yourself regularly, and then obviously you will be your sultan. So according to 2026 paper pattern, हाँ बेटा, so January for a 99 percentiler, any marks around 72 to 74 in chemistry is more than sufficient for a 99 percentiler. So I mean, obviously it's some objectionable because it's a statistical data, so it may have a variation of 5-10%, but approximately. Now coming to the next question, the next question says you have to a direct application of NCERT. Somebody was saying, now this is a complete NCERT question. Sir, alkane can be oxidized. Yes, you can choose oxidizing agent, and what that oxidizing agent can do, that oxidizing agent can oxidize. So what is the first step oxidized product? Alcohol. What is the second step oxidized product? Either aldehyde or ketone. One carbon will only have an aldehyde. So molybdenum oxide is a specific oxidizing agent which converts alkane into alcohol. So it does a two-step oxidation. So this is definitely correct, therefore not an answer, because question is asking the incorrect. So you should make note of this thing, that whether incorrect or correct is asked. So because incorrect is asked, so therefore this is because this is correct, so not an answer. Now what about this one? Sir, generally we do halogenation in presence of sunlight. Generally, if we do this for an alkane, it depends upon the degree of hydrogen. But for chlorination, I mean, this is, although if it would not be bothering you, that means you will be knowing lesser. So sometimes if you know less, it's better. Why I'm telling you, we definitely know 3-degree hydrogen is more reactive. So if you just know that, then you will say, sir, this hydrogen is 3-degree, so it will be most reactive. So bromine will be substituted over here, and definitely this is correct also. So because this is correct, this is not an answer. But rather, if I have a question like this, but obviously it would be a good question then, and if you are doing chlorination in presence of sunlight, then for chlorination actually even 3-degree hydrogen reacts with a larger reactivity, but the rate is not very large. Like for bromination with 3-degree hydrogen, the reactivity is very large. It is somewhere around 1600 times. But with chlorination, if you say reactivity of hydrogen, that is 1 degree, 2 degree and 3 degree, 1 degree hydrogen, this is 3 degree. With 1 degree hydrogen reactivity, let's say it's around 1 times. Then with 2 degree reactivity is around 3.8 times. And with 3 degree reactivity is more, but not that higher. It is, with a 2 degree hydrogen it is 3.8 times, with a 3 degree hydrogen it's just 5 times, although it's more. So percentage of product produced depends upon the hydrogen that you are substituting, but it also depends upon the number of hydrogen present. Although that will be a good advanced questions, but you should know that I have explained that in detail in my one shot of hydrocarbons. But essentially for just this question, if you know this, that 3-degree hydrogen is more reactive, because with bromination the reactivity with 3-degree hydrogen is not large, it is very large. It is somewhere around 1600 times with respect to 1 degree. Let's say if 1 degree has a reactivity of 1 rupee, then 3 degree has a reactivity of 1600 times. So even if you have 1 hydrogen, it will give you rather the most stable, more major product. Major product is more percentage of products is produced. So this is definitely correct, because it is correct, so not an answer. Now this is just acidic hydration of alkyne. So first H plus will attack, you will get a carbocation. So carbocation 2 degree will be more stable. So you should have this OH in this carbon, but this is showing anti-Marconi of addition. So definitely this is incorrect and your answer. The last one is the classic case of soda lime decarboxylation, which leads to the formation of the corresponding alkane. So this carbon should get a hydrogen. That means benzene should be produced. So definitely Kanner is saying C. So option C is definitely correct. Moving to the next question. With the next question, we are coming to a question on equilibrium, and such questions were calculative questions were also there in your JEE. So you should be always available to do into divide in your question paper. So let us solve and attempt this one. Now we have PCl5 forming PCl3 and PCl2. Kc of the reaction is given. Perfect, sir. 10 moles. So initially I have taken 10 moles of PCl5. Initially PCl3 and Cl2 would be obviously 0. As the reaction will proceed, equilibrium will be attained. We'll be having 10 minus x, x of this and x of this. Now, but volume of the vessel is also 1 liter. So what is concentration? Moles per unit volume. Moles we have already written. What is volume? Volume is 1. So I mean, just you have to do the basic thing, which is Kc is equal to concentration of product upon reactant. What is concentration of product? X, because x upon 1 will be concentration. PCl3 is x, Cl2 is again x, so this become x square upon 10 minus x raised to the power 1, because stoichiometry of PCl5 is just 1. This value is nothing but 5, so this is a very simple quadratic. It becomes x square 50 minus 5x. So obviously you can solve this quadratic, and somebody is giving me answer also, Mr. Kadu. Mr. Kala is saying answer is 5. This is quite easy quadratic, and once you know. Okay, Karan is saying A or B. No beta, obviously Kala has got the answer. A simple quadratic you have to solve, and 5 will be your answer. I hope we are clear with this. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now we have good participation today. Now, coming to the next question. The next question says, which one of the following is not true? Now again, not true. That means you have to pick the false statement. Yeah, Jhakas is also saying 5. Perfect, guys. Perfect. Good. So let us attempt this one now. Now, which is not true? Again, a D block logic. K-4, K2, C7. They love these D block logic. So now, logic from manganese compound. Now, what is a manganate ion? Manganate ion is MnO4 2 minus. Permanganate is MnO4 minus. If we check this permanganate ion, then obviously I can see x minus 8 equals minus 1. That means oxidation state of manganese is plus 7. And over here, x minus 8 equals minus 2. That means oxidation state of Mn is plus 6. How many electrons manganese has? Sir, electronic configuration of manganese is 4s2, 3d5. So a plus 7 oxidation state will have no unpaired electrons, definitely, and plus 6, that means manganate ion will have one unpaired electron. A very lovable fact, a logic which NCERT is obviously having and JEE loves. So this has one unpaired electron, which will make it paramagnetic, and obviously option 3 is saying both are paramagnetic. No, only this guy is paramagnetic, while permanganate is diamagnetic. So obviously this is incorrect. Therefore option 3 will be our answer. Manganate ion is purple, permanganate is purple color, we know this, and in the manganate ion, the pi bond that takes place is obviously because of the D block of manganese and that of the p orbitals of the p electrons of oxygen. So definitely this is also correct, although we know what is our answer. So moving to the next question. I hope we are clear till this. Now let us attempt this one by the time I read some comments. Okay, Jhakas is giving answer. Asha Devi. Asha is saying, sir, please make a video on physical chemistry strategy for April. Okay, Asha, I'll do that. Although, beta, Asha, actually for physical chemistry, even you know, once you have to do into divide and you see a question which after seeing a question which requires into divide, it is quite clear. After investing 3-4 seconds, maybe 10 seconds, it is clear, sir, this question is going to take few more seconds to do into divide. So rather I will definitely say attempt your chemistry paper in 2 halves. That is the most effective strategy. What? First, in whole of the 25 questions of chemistry, select all the doable questions which you can see, write a few lines and get your answer. Do not indulge yourself in calculative questions. Why? They may be easy to calculate, like the equilibrium question we just had. It was a very simple quadratic, but at least in order to solve that quadratic, you have to again write 3-4 more steps, 3-4 more lines. Writing those lines will take time. So rather do those questions in the second attempt, and that will definitely create a tremendous amount of output efficiency for you. Now what I mean by output efficiency, Ultimately, if you have saved time, you should invest that time either in the physical chemistry questions of chemistry or in some easy questions of physics or mathematics. So in the for the whole paper you should do this, that whatever are the doable question, do them in the first slot, physics, chemistry, maths, and now you know that which will be doable in a lesser amount of time, so go for them in the second attempt in the same paper only. So that is the most important strategy for attempting any physical chemistry or physics, chemistry, maths, anything. What you need to do is you have to strategize your practice of attempting a paper. That's why attempting mock is very very important, although, but for the physical chemistry, the logical side of physical chemistry explanation, I'll definitely come with some strategy. So coming to the next question, the next question is from again general organic chemistry, but it will also requiring some POC, practical organic chemistry, because you have to do into divide. Now for estimation of nitrogen, we definitely know we oxidize whole of the organic compound. Carbon turns CO2, hydrogen turns water, and whatever nitrogen is present, it turns into nitrogen dioxide, N2. Now N2 gas is released. Now once this gas is released, this gas is once it is getting released, it vaporizes, the hot gas vaporizes some water also. So actually, what is the total gas you get? The total gas pressure, according to Dalton's law, we definitely know it will be partial pressure of all the gases. So it will be partial pressure of nitrogen plus partial pressure of the water that has been just vaporized by the hot nitrogen gas. So actually, whatever the total pressure we attain in a Duma output apparatus, it is partial pressure of nitrogen also and partial pressure of water also. Now partial pressure of water is also known as aqueous tension, and in such questions aqueous tension, which is partial pressure of water as at that particular temperature, is always given. So partial pressure over here is what? 15. So sir, we know partial pressure is 15. So this is 15 and total pressure is given out to be 715. So obviously we know what is partial pressure of nitrogen. So partial pressure of nitrogen comes out to be 700 mm of Hg. Now we know that 1 ATM has 760 mm of Hg. So in order to convert this into ATM, we have to divide by 760. So now we know partial pressure of nitrogen. Now what to do? Apply the gas law, which is PV equal to nRT. We know that pressure of gas is equal to volume of gas, pressure into volume equals nRT. Now what R we have to use, because pressure is in ATM, volume is in liters, so value of R will be 0.0821. Temperature is given out to be 300 Kelvin. So this is 300. Number of moles is the thing where I'm interested. So this is the number of moles of what? Of nitrogen, of the gas. Pressure we have just estimated, it is 700 upon 760, because I have to write this in ATM. And volume, how much volume it is occupying? The question is saying it is occupying 60 ml, but volume has to be placed in liter, so 60 upon 1000. Now this is the all basic that you have to do, and post that the most difficult question comes, which Asha was asking. Now Asha, see, is chemistry difficult over here? No sir. What is difficult? Mathematics. And this mathematics, do you have to practice by going to some one shots or by doing some mocks? No, that is your practice that you put in back at home, that you have been knowing since class 9, class 10, the basic into divide. But this into divide will only be happening quickly once you are having confidence. So to gain that confidence, you have to practice. So I need an answer. Once I know number of moles of nitrogen, this N, I will multiply this N by 28. That will give me weight of nitrogen. And what I have to determine, the percentage. So percentage will be weight of nitrogen, which will be nothing but this N into 28 upon what is the weight of organic compound, 0.5 into 100, because this 0.5 gram of compound is giving me that weight of nitrogen. So I want an answer. So I hope somebody can solve it by the time I read some comments. So just solve this one. Beta, Jackass is saying that some teachers, goat teacher, only touch very easy questions. So, am I touching very difficult questions? They are also quite doable, Jackass. But I guess so. Thank you if you feel. But beta, it is not. I mean, criticizing others is not. I mean, it is not. It is not going to help you, na. Agreed. So you are liking it now. Start performing. So once the day you will start performing, it will be at least helping you. So at least help yourself. God help those who help themselves. So let us start helping ourselves. So perfect. पेपर को बहुत हल्के में ले लिया था सर, बट कोई बात नहीं बेटा, अब भारी ले रहा है ना तू. Now you are taking it to the most religious, to the most important side of your heart and mind. Now you are serious, right? So जब जागो तो सवेरा. You have awakened, so you will rise from the phoenix. Just be awakened and start working for yourself. The day you will start working, things will be automatically coming into place. So no worries. सर सिर्फ एनसीईआरटी पे आ गया. परफेक्ट भाई, परफेक्ट. सिर्फ एनसीईआरटी, डोंट से सिर्फ एनसीईआरटी. सिर्फ एनसीईआरटी ही पूछी जाती है जो नहीं बनती है. So don't say सिर्फ एनसीईआरटी, because ultimately you are doing एनसीईआरटी of physics, chemistry, maths, all the three subjects. So all the three subjects, complete NCERT is not a piece of cake. Learning and memorizing with confidence so that you can do this into divide also with confidence requires you to be productive. So don't say sirf NCERT. Okay, perfect. Somebody, Satvik is saying 33. Satvik is saying option 3. So I'll just give you the answer. Let me see. It is just an into divide. I hope you can do that into divide by yourself. So if your answer will be somewhere around 12 point something. So option 4 will be your answer. Yeah, Jhakas is saying yeah. So moving to the next question. Now, those into divides are quite easily doable. So rather I'm investing time in talking to you than solving those into divide. Moving to the next question. The next question says, at 300 Kelvin, the rate constant of a chemical reaction is this much second. Now, for chemical kinetics, what only you should learn? The first order kinetics, zero order kinetics, and Arrhenius equation. Arrhenius equation asked. Now, at some temperature, you are given rate constant. So let's say this is K1 at temperature T1. We have increased the temperature, so let's say the increased temperature is T2, and obviously the rate has changed. It has changed to K2. Then you have to just find activation energy. Now these are just formula based questions, but obviously they will now also require into divide. So we know, sir, ln of K2 by K1, or we just write the simple formula first. What we know from the Arrhenius equation. Arrhenius equation says that rate constant is equal to the Arrhenius constant into exponential of minus EA upon RT. Now, if we take if we take it for two, or if we take log, then this is ln of K equals ln of A minus E upon RT. Let us put it for two different temperatures, T1 and T2, and subtract them. What we'll be getting? So ln of K2 minus ln of K1, 2 is at temperature T2, 1 is at temperature T1. Obviously this Arrhenius constant will be same at both the temperatures, so it will get cancelled. So you will be getting common EA upon R, and here we'll be having 1 upon T1, sorry, minus 1 upon T2. So just, I hope we know everything now. This is ln of A by B. So this is ln of, or either write log of K2. I guess K2 we know is 4. 10 to the power minus 4. 10 to the power minus 4 will get cancelled. So K1 is 0.4. So into divide, JEE also is helping you. EA is the value that you have to calculate, because I've taken a log over here, so natural log changed to log base 10. We have a multiplier of 2.303. Value of R is not given, so you have to put that value, which is 8.314. Or for calculation, I'm helping you with one thing. Don't use 8.314. Sometimes calculation helps. How? Take 8.314 as 25 by 3. This 25 by 3 thing is going to help you sometimes. So take this 8.314 as 25 by 3. Sometimes it is going to help you. Now T1 minus T2 we definitely know is 50 rupees upon T1 T2 is 300 and 350. So everything you know, just I mean this is also 4 gone, this is also log 10, so this is also nothing but 1. So now this is basic into divide you have to do. So I hope you can find the answer. Somebody please help me with the answer by the time I read some comments. Sir, as per, okay, sir, are these tests according to April? Yes, beta. These say Samaksh, these tests are exactly in accordance to what we and whole of the expert community expect in the April attempt. So these questions that you are getting, you will be finding maybe the exact questions. I'm not claiming it, but obviously these are the basics of NCERT, and these are all the probable questions on the basis of January attempt that we have seen. That's why we are deliberately modulating the level of the paper as well, that sometimes you feel something is very difficult, so we are deliberately doing all of that. The paper formation is taking too much of time and efforts and energy from our side. So yes, they are not random question paper. We are deliberately making them very properly, with a very sound, and much amount of energy is required out of us. So we have 3 phases of testing these questions, and then it is pushing out to you in your respective application. So let me read some other. So I hope that I answered that. Sir, is it fine to completely focus on NCERT? Yes, beta, completely fine. But after focusing NCERT, you should obviously do some PYQs also, because in some topics, obviously, you have to be mathematically capable. NCERT gives all the logic, but it does not give that many number of examples to make you mathematically capable also. With one question you can't become capable, you need questions to practice. So where NCERT lacks is it does not furnishes so many number of examples of describing a topic. It just takes one example or maybe some line in some in-text question, and then you have to draw all those conclusions. So that's why you need a mentor. NCERT is a very, very huge book, but you need a mentor to apply that NCERT. But yes, logics are from NCERT is more than enough. Sir, when you will cover beta aldehyde ketone carboxylic acid is the next one shot. I guess on 25th, 26th you are going to get it. Sir, physical you have to practice more. So for physical beta you have to practice a lot, not more, a lot. Physical is just like mathematics. So can you do mathematics without attempting question? That's so you do not do physical without attempting question, without attempting physics. So sir, for a week before paper will redo all the questions of, yes, perfect bhai. Samaksh, bingo. That is the actual purpose of this serving this. So revising these questions is also going to help you a lot. These questions, PYQ, the January attempt, do January attempt. I'm telling you, you will be doing your April attempt with, I do not know how much more percent efficiency. So do January attempt first. Obviously, it is going to help you like anything. Now, I hope we got the answer. Let me help you with the answer of this question as well. I guess you will be landing around somewhere around after 140. Can somebody help me with the answer? I was focused on discussing and doing your queries. Yeah, so it will be option number 4. It will be option number 4. It will be, when you solve it, it will come out to be 40 point something. Moving to the next question. Now, into divide is gone. So now we'll just see the question, think of some logic, and we'll be getting the answer. So the question says, increasing order of electron affinity. Sir, electron affinity, for electron affinity, that is value of delta H Eg, along the period it increases because size decreases, and as size increases down the group it decreases. But for second period element, because they are not small, they are very, very small, and therefore for second period elements the value of electron affinity is not highest. In fact, just below the second period elements, the elements have highest electron gain enthalpy or electron affinity. We obviously know this, a very important logic of periodicity. So if we just check these options, this is nothing but nitrogen, this is nothing but oxygen. So I have nitrogen over here, oxygen over here. This is nothing but element below nitrogen, so this is nothing but phosphorus. And what about D? D is nothing but NS2, 3s2, 3p4. That means next element of oxygen family. So this is nothing but sulfur. And we definitely know second period element loses the battle of having highest electron gain enthalpy because of the very, very small size. So rather, who wins the race? The element next to it. So obviously sulfur will have the highest electron affinity. That means D will have the highest value, followed by P, because ultimately both are second period elements. Although in nitrogen family, nitrogen has positive delta H Eg. Why? Because nitrogen it is small also, and its electronic configuration is stable half filled. So nitrogen has been decompensated by two factors. Obviously this thing, the nitrogen is gone and will be placed at the last, and post that we'll be having oxygen. That means option B, and nitrogen is last as an option A. So that means A, B, C, D is your answer. A, B, C, D is your answer. Now, here, no into divide is required. So, such periodicity questions you should be very comfortable with. And when you will be comfortable with these questions? If you read corresponding theory. So, I hope it is clear. And we are done with this question as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Samaksh. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect, bhai. So, moving to the next question. The next question says, a classic theoretical question from NCERT again. Now, the question says you have water, so very strong hydrogen bonding. You have ethanol, daru, the very strong, very less hydrogen bonding. So, water and ethanol do what? They have positive deviation from Raoult's law. Why? Because water has a very strong hydrogen bonding. This ethanol has a very in comparison to water, ethanol has very weak hydrogen bonding. So these two molecules will not interact with each other because there is no special strong attraction. So they will repel each other, and hence they will show positive deviation from Raoult's law. So where I have a non-ideal solution showing positive deviation from Raoult's law, so one is R. So one is R, one is R maybe, one is R maybe, one is R. So just by looking at one option C, we can eliminate two. We can eliminate few options, like we have eliminated two over here. Kiran is saying, sir, I joined JEE Booster batch. This helps me in my preparation for my April attempt. Thank you, beta. Keep doing that. Keep doing that, because we'll be working with full of our efficiency in whole of the 12 test. So keep doing that. But if you have just joined the batch, then make sure that you will be attempting the previous mocks as well, beta. Make a timetable by yourself, because obviously they are already placed, they are already live in the app, but you make sure that you will be practicing all those mocks as well. And then you should, obviously these discussions are also there in YouTube, but you should only see the discussion once you have attempted the mock, in order to have the maximum output, gain the maximum output from these mock tests. I hope I'm making sense over here. So Jhakas is giving me answer. He's saying 2. So obviously answer will be between 2 and 3. What about water and sir, water and acid? Obviously they will be loving each other because of intermolecular hydrogen bonding. So they will have a loving each other, as in they will have some extra attraction force. So it will be a non-ideal solution with negative deviation. So 4 is S. So 4 is S. Okay, 4 we do not have to check because it is the same in both the options. Now, ebuloscoping constant. Many students miss it. What is the way you can learn it? Ebulo, B. So ebuloscopic constant has a B. And boiling point, molar elevation constant, that is boiling point elevation constant, also has a B. So relate this B with B. So molar elevation constant, that means elevation is for boiling point. So 2 is P. So 2 is P. That means option 2 is your right answer. So these theory are also asked in questions a lot. Moving to the next question. Now attempt this next question for me by the time I read few comments and get my. Okay, Kiran, thank you. Samaksh is saying, yes sir, this question was different. Haan beta. So actually was asking you NCERT. This question was asking you NCERT, and that is what JEE does. ये क्वेश्चन नहीं था. क्या क्वेश्चन नहीं था? अच्छा है, कहाँ क्वेश्चन ये नहीं था? Sir, this question was different. Okay. Sir, 8th question, 33rd question in paper was different. Okay. So I guess there must be some error beta, because let me see, because what paper I am having, this is the final paper that I have made. Maybe in that application there must have been some uh, technical glitch, but the paper which I am having is the final paper which I have selected for you. So you please make note that this was the question. If you have got some another question by mistake, then make note that this is the final paper that we are pushing for you, right? So we are very sorry for that. I'll just get back to the team and we'll check that whether we have got that question. But for the sake of your practice, this is the question that has been finalized beta. I hope we are clear with this. Chalo. Moving to the next question. The next question says, in which of the following pair the two species are not isostructural? Now we have to check all the options, and all the options will have same structures and one option will not be having same structure. So let us decode it. Now phosphorus is having 5 electrons. Now because I'll be having phosphorus plus, so it will be having 4 electrons. So P plus, obviously it is forming 4 bonds, so it will be tetrahedral. And silicon is a carbon family element, so obviously without making this diagram you can understand both are tetrahedral, so both have same structure. So not an answer, because it is saying which are not having same structure, so it is having same structure. Now phosphorus is making 5 bonds, so bond pair 5, lone pair 0, so this will be steric number 5, and steric number 5 with no lone pair. This is trigonal bipyramidal, so this is trigonal bipyramidal. Now this is BRF5, bond pair is 5, but bromine will have one lone pair because it has 7 electrons, so its steric number will be 6. That means its shape will be square pyramidal, so this will be square pyramidal, and obviously these two structures are not same, so obviously it is your answer. Although we can check also, SF6 will be octahedral. Aluminium, after gaining 3 electrons, will again have 6 electrons in the outermost shell. Aluminium can gain extra electrons because it has empty D, and those empty D will allow aluminium to gain extra electrons and increase its oxidation and coordination number. So this will also be octahedral. CO3 2 minus. CO3 2 minus is classic trigonal planar carbon, and obviously NO3 minus is also NO3 minus is also trigonal planar. So obviously we have got an answer, but still I'm doing this because these chemical bonding questions are very, very famous. So option 2 is our answer. Moving to the next question. The next question is from chemical kinetics again. Kindly attempt this by the time I read some comments. Okay, 2. Okay, sir. Perfect, guys. Kala is saying PK pass 0 lone pair, but BR 1 lone pair. Yes, perfect, Kala. Perfect. Kiran is saying you write upcoming mock test in correct time, sir, 9 am. Sir, write upcoming mock test in correct time, sir, 9 am. Haan, perfect, beta. If you are saying, I guess you are commenting that you will be attempting the upcoming mock test perfect at 9 am. Beta, please, 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 raise to the power 10, do it. As in, attempting paper at the time 9 is, I mean, once you will be waking up, you will be vigilant that at 9 my question paper is going to start. It will give you the actual real time examination feeling. So if you are waking up in the morning, planning not to stand up even for bathroom in those 3 hours, will definitely make a paper temperament for you. So practicing mock like giving a real paper is going to help you to actually decode and be very much relaxed in the final paper. Sometimes you must have observed this, while giving an examination, an into divide was hell lot difficult for you. Once you have attempted that into divide back at home, you must have felt अरे ये तो हलवा था, but paper में हुआ नहीं because nerves were high. So sir, how to practice that nerve should cool down? You can't say nerves, hey, nerve cool down. Nerve will not listen to you. Rather, if you practice, so practice the comment that you have given. At 9 am attempt paper. Every day 9 am. I mean, whatever your mock test days are there, attempt on the same day dot at 9 a.m. That will also give you those goosebumps, and you will be much familiar with those goosebumps. So at the time of the paper in the April attempt, you will not be having any goosebumps because it is normal for you. So bingo, perfect beta. Moving to the next question. The next question says you have a reaction where A is giving product and K being the rate constant. But this reaction is happening in sequence where with this is the activation energy of the first step, this is the activation energy of the second step. Sir, how do you know it is first, second? Because it is written EA1, EA2 and EA3. That means a reaction is happening. It may be happening in 3 internal steps, although those 3 internal steps are not given to you. So be it. The question says the overall K is related to individual rate constant by the equation this. Now the overall rate constant is related with individual steps like this. Now we have to give the activation energy of the overall reaction. Sir, do what? Again do the same logic. Sir, what logic? What we know that reaction rate constant is equal to Arrhenius constant into e raised to the power minus of activation energy upon RT. Now this is overall K and this is overall activation energy. Now let us use this question is saying K is equal to this. Now use individual formula for K. So that means I can definitely say instead of this K I can write this. That means A into e raised to the power minus EA upon RT. Instead of this A1, what I can write? Sir, A into e raised to the power minus E1 upon RT. I'm not writing EA1. Let us simplify it and write E1. Obviously, it is EA1 for me. Now, what about K2? So, obviously, you will write K2 as again A. So, you will again have an A over there. So, A into e raised to the power minus E2 upon RT whole upon A into e raised to minus E3 upon RT, and this whole raised to the power 2 by 3 because it is given to us. Now obviously this A and A will get cancelled and this A you can equate because this A and this A raised to power 2 by 3 will be same. So let's say that A raised to the power 2 by 3 will be some constant, and that constant I'm writing as A. Leave that. Why? Because ultimately I have to compare this activation energy. So ln of this e raised to the power this will become e raised to the power that. How to equate E? Take ln on both the sides. So ln of e raised to the power anything will become, I'm directly writing that taking ln on my mind, therefore I can say ln of E gone, so it is minus EA upon RT. On the left hand side it will be equal to this powers will get added, so minus E1 minus E2, so minus E1 minus E2. It was in the denominator, so it will go to the numerator with a positive sign, so plus E3 upon RT. Obviously RT will be getting cancelled, and yes, obviously okay, I'm having a power 2 by 3 also over here. I'm having a power 2 by 3 also over there, and I'll be having a power 2 by 3 over there only. So I mean, you will say, sir, but RT will be left behind. RT raised to power 2 by 3 will be left behind. RT is a constant, and this constant into this constant, we have already named this constant as A dash. So don't bother about the constant because we just have to compare what? We have to compare the value of activation energy on the basis of the activation energy of the individual steps. So obviously I can remove this minus sign, so I can have EA is equal to E1. Let us put that value. So E1 is 180 plus E2. E2 is 80 rupees, and this will become minus because I'm removing minus from here. So this is minus 50 raised to the, okay, it was raised to the power, I'm sorry, it is raised to the power 2 by 3. So if you are taking ln, over there, so ln of whatever powers you are having raised to the power 2 by 3. So first of all, that 2 by 3 will come to the multiplication because ln of A raised to the power B is B log A. So that 2 by 3 will be getting multiplied initially only, and ln of E will become 1. So ln of E will become 1, and that 2 by 3 will not be over here. That 2 by 3 will be multiplied. That 2 by 3 will be multiplied. So so this is 2 by 3. That means 80 and 80 is 260. 260 minus 50 is 210 rupees. 210 divided by 3 is 70 rupees. 70 into 2 is 140 rupees. 72 into 2 is 140 rupees. Now the into, I mean, this is practically a good question, a time requiring question, although simple mathematics is all, if you do this mathematics step by step, obviously you will not be failing, you will not be missing this is in any step. The reason I have deliberately taken these question because physical chemistry, somebody was asking also, physical chemistry, they are asking you to do good mathematics, to do a vigilant mathematics in all the physical chemistry questions. JEE has made a point that they are asking you to do some, show some mathematical skills as well, not just theoretical chemistry. I hope you are clear. Moving to the next question, you can attempt this one by the time I read some comments. By taking law Jhakas, yes beta. Sir, I am attending from Bahrain. Perfect, bhai. Good to know that. How's Bahrain? Now in 12th standard, here JEE Mains January attempt started at 6:30 am. Okay. Reporting time, reporting time 4-5 am. Beta, then pata hai, you should do what? You're having mock test na. Wake up around 4-5 in the morning, because you will be giving your paper from Bahrain only. So wake up at 4 in the morning and you give your mock at 6 in the next day. Give the paper in the exact time where you are going to give the paper, your actual paper, actual JEE Mains paper. So Adityam, good to know that, but this is a crucial time. I mean, a very typical time, beta. But still, I mean, you tell me, waking up so much early in the morning, actually I guess it is quite good also, because temperature will also be quite cold. I mean, waking up in the morning, hearing those chidiya 4 baje in the morning, I mean, it is good time. So rather, if you ask me, technically it is a very good time to wake up, but if you compare it with the other peer group of yours, so it is quite challenging. So again, giving JEE is one challenge, and giving JEE at that extreme sort of timing is another challenge. So best of luck to you, because you will be double your amount of challenge that you will be facing is already doubled. So moving to the next question. Now such questions are always there in your paper, because previous question took time, so this question is going to save time. I mean, it is always a pattern in JEE also. So look for those questions which require less time. So let us see, what is it? H2O2 is a reducing agent. So if H2O2 is a reducing agent, it will reduce others. If you reduce other, you will oxidize yourself. So H2O2 has oxygen as in -1 state. If it wants to oxidize itself, it can form oxygen gas, because once H2O2 converts into water, the oxidation state of oxygen changes from -1 to -2. That means it reduces itself. So in order to oxidize, H2O2 has to produce oxygen gas. In none of the option except this option, in all the options you have water. That means it is getting reduced. So once H2O2 gets oxidized, then only it can act as a reducing agent, because reducing agent reduces others and oxidizes itself. I hope it is clear. Coming to the next question. Now, let us attempt this one by the time I read something. Samaksh is saying, sir, one humble request from my side. Can you please tell the expected 19 beta subject wise in every mock? Okay, in every mocks, beta, listen, why we are not doing that cutoff percentile. I'll tell you one thing. See, writing that percentile and publishing it in the app is, I mean, with the technical team that we have, it is a piece of cake for us. Why we are not doing it? With the percentile, some people may gain a positive feedback out of it, and you know, sometimes what that positive feedback do, you start expecting much. अरे मेरा तो हो ही जाएगा, मैं तो बहुत इन तरक्की कर रहा हूँ, Why? Because we can't force 12 and 13 lakh students to give this paper, practically speaking. How many students are giving this paper? Very small. So you tell me, can't you feel that your percentile, okay, we can manipulate that percentile with mathematical normalization, but ultimately it will be normalization. Even after so many years, the normalization that JEE does, people can't digest it. So why you are trying? Because even we had a discussion on this that we should release percentile, but releasing percentile in a student span of a lot of students is actually worth. I mean, we can put forward lot of analysis, but putting analysis for your percentile is not going to help you better. It will be good actually, because you people are doing good. I'm telling you, I have seen your results. You people are doing good, but keep doing that good. Why to feel contented? The moment you see good percentile, you are मैं तो hero हो गया. So we want you to be hungry. So keep that hunger intact and keep practicing. Let it be. Your percentile will be ultimately released in the form of the best result that you'll be getting in your April attempt. So moving to the next question. The next question says, so the next question says, okay, a basic question from mole concept. I hope it is balanced also. So 1 mole of this will react with 1 mole of this and will produce 1 mole of this. So this is basic stoichiometry. We are given atoms. So 300 atoms of A, 200 molecules. Okay, it's a molecule. So 200 molecules. Read the theory. It is atom only, it is molecule only. You can do the stoichiometry with atoms also and moles and moles also. So we can do with atom and molecules also. So 1 require 1, so 300 will require 300. But how much it is given? 200. So that means this becomes your limiting reagent. And who decides the product? Limiting reagent. So this B2 will decide the product. So how much product will be produced? 200 only, because that is limiting reagent. So 200 product, okay, So 200 molecules of product will be formed. That means, although the question was appearing difficult, but it is, I mean, you do not have to do anything. Just move this pen. So 1 is S. If you check, la, only one option. See, I hope we are clear with this. Now moving to the next question. The next question says, which is the correct increasing order of boiling point? Now, actually boiling point depends upon intermolecular forces of attraction, but you only compare intermolecular forces of attraction if the given compounds have approximately similar masses. If they have dissimilar masses, then 10 kg, if you try to pakao any sabji, any food, 10 kg of food will be prepared in more amount of time, will be requiring more heat than 1 kg. Leave whatever you're cooking. More be the mass, larger will be the size, and whatever be the force of attraction, it will definitely going to have large boiling point. So we compare hydrogen bonding, dipole-dipole attraction, London dispersion forces. We can do that, but we do that only for those species which have comparable masses. So if masses are not comparable, then boiling point is directly proportional to molar mass. Many people miss this thing. A basic logic, many people, that's why I have taken this question deliberately. So who is having highest mass? So benzene is having 6 carbon, butane is having 4 carbon, propane is having 3, ethane is having 2. So as mass increases, boiling point increases. So my answer will be option number 4. Moving to the next question. The next question is again, now in my previous mocks also, what I have done is, NCERT love biomolecule, student fears biomolecule. Arey itna nahi ratta. At least do basics. What basics? We have already given you the 20 essential and non-essential amino acids in my rhyme, in my mocks also. So learn that table. And one more thing. The classification. I'm giving you here theory also. Although that question is quite doable, but I'm giving theory also. Generally, the proteins that we have, they only function when they have their corresponding shape. So shape and structure of protein is very important. Broadly, structure of protein is divided into 2 halves. Protein can either be fibrous protein, as in fiber like, so they are thread like structures which are joined together by hydrogen bonding or dipeptide linkages, or you can have, once these thread like fibers, they coil around. How do they coil around? Again, via some intermolecular forces of attraction of of hydrogen bonding or dipeptide linkages. So these becomes the two types shapes of protein: the fiber like protein and the globular protein. Now, what is very important, that obviously one thing these are long strand like structures, and they are globules, compact and spherical shaped structures. Which one? Globular one. They have they are chain like structures and can often form fibers or sheets. Now these are coiled, and they generally, whatever the name that you must be knowing, this alpha helix, the beta pleated sheet structures, these all are types of globular protein. Now an important thing is, because they are so much attracted with each other, therefore they are not soluble, or some people say they are sparingly soluble, while these globular protein are quite soluble in water. Now where are they found in our body? So they are found, now what the typical examples: keratin, the protein present in our hair, in wool; myosin, which is present in the muscles; then collagen. These all are examples of fiber like protein called fibrous protein. What are the examples of globular protein? Insulin, hemoglobin, albumin, and most enzymes. Now what are enzymes? All those proteins which are acting as biological catalyst. Whatever biological reaction is going there inside your body, whatever catalyst is required to catalyze your biological reactions, those biological catalysts are nothing but proteins. But those proteins, when acting as a biocatalyst, are not termed as proteins. They can be termed as protein, but they are also termed as enzymes. So these enzymes are basically example of globular protein, and obviously you know that protein has its function till its shape is intact. So it can be primary, it can be secondary, it can coil around and be a hairband, so it can be tertiary. And when you bring 3-4 hair bands together, when they coil around, so it becomes your quaternary structure. So what I'm saying is, do not be a bio student in learning this biomolecule. Be an engineer. I say this is an hairband. So if you put 2-3 hairbands together, you get a quaternary protein. But at least know these facts, so that you're even advanced, make this thing a note that it asks a NCRT level question from biomolecules. So why leave that question? So obviously if you know this, you can find the statement based question, which will be quite doable for you. Moving to the next question. The next question is from atomic structure. You can attempt this by the time I see some comments. Change the time. Okay, sir ji, please change test of time pattern, like 3 hours minute, second की जगह only minute, सेकेंड कर दीजिए, क्योंकि जेई मेन एग्जाम में कंप्यूटर पर 180 मिनट लिखा होता है. Okay, Kala, I'll see to that beta, because we have to, then I will have a word with the technical team. I'll put that comment. This comment will be there, so we'll see if we can do with the interface, because that is a technical interface that we have to change. But your suggestion will be taken into consideration, beta. Ekaf, hi beta. Biology? I'm 11th in 12th. Here is biology in नहीं Ekaf, no biology bhai. I am a hardcore engineer. Actually, chemistry has a very important chapter of biomolecules. So we were discussing that biomolecule chapter, and I make this thing a point that because we are engineering students, so whenever we see bio, we bhagofy. Even I used to bhagofy as a student. So because I know you bhagofy, therefore I bring all those theory here, that whether even if you bhago while bhagoing, you will ultimately hear few words. And because I know you are going to be an engineer, so even by hearing those two words, someday even you remember those words. That मैं तो भाग रहा था सर, जाते जाते 2 शब्द सुने थे वही आ गए. होता है. This happens. That's why, especially for biomolecules, what I'm doing is I am giving you every theory, because I know people run away from biomolecule. I used to, as a student, I used to run away from whole of the chemistry. I was actually I'm an electrical engineer. My physics and mathematics gave me my JEE result, not chemistry. But still, I mean, there's a long story why I'm teaching chemistry. We'll be discussing that in some other sessions. But moving to the paper. Sir, let's read the comment. Okay, nahi, ekaf. Now I'm moving. Now it is 7:15. I said, Deepen sir, I'll be finished by 7, but I've taken 15 more minutes, so I'll not be, because we have just read 15th question, so we are left with 10. So let us attempt the paper now. I'll be reading your comments after finishing the after coming to the 25th question. Okay. Now, moving to the next question. The next question is from atomic structure. Which of the following statements is incorrect? Again, you are asked the incorrect statement, mind you. Electron density in xy plane. Now, what is dx2 y2? Let's say this is x-axis, this is y-axis. If we have lobe along xy plane, so obviously we have electron lobe along this xy plane. It is saying electron density xy plane is 0. It should be maximum. If maximum it was written, then it was right. This is completely wrong. So A is definitely wrong, therefore an answer. Electron density in xy plane in 3D z square. What is z square? Let's say this is z axis. We have lobe along z axis, but we also have a Saturnian lobe, and this Saturnian lobe is like the tire tube, so it will be lying on the xy plane. So that xy plane will also be having some electron density, not the maximum, but it will be having some electron density. So that xy plane, okay, it is saying it is 0. No, again it is wrong. It is not having maximum, but it will be having some electron density. So because it is saying C is 0, so this is also wrong. So these two are false. 2s orbital has one nodal surface. Now what is the formula of total nodes? N minus, I'll write this formula. This is not, so it is 2n minus 1. That means yes. So it is correct. So because it is correct, therefore not an answer. Why? Because we have to select incorrect. Now, for, I hope we are audible. For 2pz, xy is the nodal plane. Pz. Now let's say this is z axis. So for pz, I have to, my lobes has to lie along this z axis, and this xy plane, yeah, this xy plane will be the nodal plane. Perfect. So because this xy plane be the node, so this is correct, therefore not an answer. So my answer is A and B. So option 4. Now, if you just devote yourself in attempting a question, questions become very easy for you. Fine. Now, moving to the next question. The next question says, in an adiabatic expansion of air, assume, okay, so air I am assuming mixture of oxygen and nitrogen. Now, for oxygen and nitrogen, can you tell me what is the value of gamma? What is gamma? Gamma is Cp by Cv. So formula of Cv is F by 2 R. What is F? Degree of freedom. So for monatomic gas, degree of freedom is 3. Because these are diatomic gases, for diatomic gases degree of freedom is 5. So for these gases, Cv will be equal to, for both of them, it will be equal to 5 by 2 R. And because gamma is Cp by Cv, and what is Cp? Cv plus R. So gamma for both the gases has been 5 by 2 plus R will be 7 by 2. So 7 by 2, that is 7, 5 by 2, that is 5. So I'm just, for all those students who do not remember the formula, I'm writing the formula also. So gamma we have obtained as 7 by 5. Now, because it is an adiabatic expansion, so what is adiabatic process? Adiabatic process says PV gamma equals constant. So P1 V1 gamma, as in 7 by 5, equals P2 V2 gamma, as in 7 by 5. That means P1 by P2 is nothing but V2 by V1 raised to the power gamma, which is 7 by 5. Now, if you, question is saying if the volume increases by 5%, that means if V1 is V1, then V2 is how much? 5%. You increase, that means 1.05 times of V1. So obviously V1 will get cancelled, and you will be having a factor of 7 by 5 over here. Here I'll be having P1 by P2. So then percentage change in pressure. So let us see this pressure. The value of P1, okay, I have this value 105 upon 100. This value I'm having, it is 1.0. Okay, then it is quite easy. Then P1 by P2 is nothing but 1.07. Okay, the question is giving you the answer also. Now, if P2 is 1 rupee, then P1 is that much rupees, 1.07 rupees. Or you can either say, if P1 was 107 rupees, then what is P2? P2 is 100 rupees. That means initially pressure was P1. So how much pressure has been reduced? 7. So what is the change? It is decreased by 7. So 7 upon 107 into 100 will be the exact percentage by which it is decreased. But you can do that approximation also. 7 is just not exact 100%, not exact 7%, some less than 7%. But obviously if you go with the options, option 4 will be your answer. I hope it is quite mathematically doable also, and whatever thermodynamic logic it used, obviously I have explained that. Now there is an answer correction. I have given that because what answer is there in the sheet, that the solution answer key that you have got, there is an answer error in this particular question. What will be the answer? Obviously I hope this is a quite doable question from chemical bonding. Hydrogen has, even if you cannot apply MOT, you just do this question through the logic of VBT, is it quite doable, that hydrogen has a bond order 1. Helium is an inert gas, so it will not have any interaction, so it will have a bond order of 0. Oxygen has a bond order of 2 and nitrogen has a bond order of 3. So obviously this is a quite doable question. That means 1 is S, 2 is P, 2 is P. Okay, that means option 3 will be your right answer, beta. So just correct your answer sheet, answer key that have been given to you with that answer, option 3. Now if the standard electrode potential for a cell, okay, now here is not cell is given, then equilibrium constant K for the reaction. Now, sir, equilibrium, at equilibrium cell do not function, so E cell becomes 0. So sir, if E cell becomes 0, then E naught cell becomes equal to what? RT upon NF into ln of K, because at equilibrium reaction quotient becomes equal to K. E naught cell is directly given to you 2. Value of R is given out to be 8. Temperature is 300. Number of electron transferred is, zinc is going from 0 to +2, that means 2. F is 96500 into ln of K. Now I suggest you keep this in ln of K only, because you have e raised to the power in your options. So just solve this. I guess this into divide will be quite doable for you. So post that into divide, let's say you get ln of K is equal to x. So what will be the value of K? E raised to the power x. I just help you with the value of x. Can somebody help me with the value of x? Can somebody help me with the value of x? Can somebody help me with the value of x? This is, yeah, it will be 160. So option 3, this, once you solve this, you get 160. So option 3 will be your right answer. I hope we are clear with this. Now moving to the next question, the basic questions from organic. Now we will see, if you just know the basics of organic, how less time these organic questions take. So next question says, this alkyl halide is reacted with this soluble silver salt. We know that if bromine is released in form of Br minus, then you can get a PPT of AgBr. Once this precipitate starts forming, the reaction will be shifting to forward direction. Ultimately, once this bromine is gone, I will have a carbocation over here. So we just have to think that whether this carbocation is stable or not. Sir, it is not stable. It is very, very stable. Why? Because once you get a carbocation over here, it will have a cyclic conjugation. It is already cyclic, and how many pi electrons are doing this cyclic conjugation? Sir, 6 pi electrons. So ultimately it will attain a very stable aromatic nature, and this carbocation will turn into an aromatic compound. Therefore it will be very, very stable, and the reaction will be proceeding forward direction tremendously. So but here you are asked which of the given statement is incorrect. So product is aromatic. Yes, this product will be aromatic. Product has high dipole. Yes, initially it is neutral, but product will have a charge, so it will have a dipole moment. product has less. No, it is very stable. So why stable? Because it will release energy. What energy? Resonance. Release a lot of energy because of resonance stabilization. That's why you become stable. So it is saying it is less. No, it is having very high resonance energy. That's why it is stable. So this is definitely incorrect, therefore an answer. Product is soluble in water. Yes, because it's a salt, a cation, a plus. So plus minus is a salt. Salt is always soluble in water. So definitely it is correct. Now, again a chain of reaction. It is an alkyl halide with halogen at the 4th carbon. So this bromine is here. Alcoholic KOH will do beta elimination. Beta elimination will remove one hydrogen from here, bromine from here, resulting into the formation of this symmetrical alkene. Now this symmetrical alkene, when subjected to ozonolysis, what ozonolysis? Followed by zinc and water. So reductive ozonolysis. What does a reductive ozonolysis do? You see the double bond, you break the double bond, and post ozonolysis you form double bond O. So double bond O from this side also, from this side also. So you'll get this one compound only. So I'm just writing this one time because obviously both compounds will be this. This will be your B. Now this B is subjected to a base and heated. So this is nothing but a basic of aldol condensation. So this is your aldehyde, and nucleophile will also be created by one of the another molecules who will be acting as nucleophile. Let's say this carbon, which is CH3, one hydrogen will be going with the base and giving rise to the formation of CH2 minus the nucleophile. This aldehyde will remain as it is. So one molecule is aldehyde. This CH3 will become CH2 and will attack. Will attack whom? The carbonyl compound of the another molecule. That means this C but of the another molecule. So this CH, after getting that attack, this double bond O becomes O minus. It will take hydrogen from the solvent, and this CH3 is already there. Now, once you form such compounds, you do dehydration because heating is also there. Now because I have a carbonyl group, so pi sigma, this becomes alpha carbon, this becomes beta carbon. So alpha carbon loses H, beta carbon loses OH, and post this dehydration what you get is your alpha beta unsaturated compound. This is an alpha beta unsaturated aldehyde and ketone. Let us name this because its name is asked in the question. This is obviously, this is first carbon, second carbon, third carbon, fourth carbon. So this is but 2-ene-1-al. Option 4 will be your right answer. So I hope we are clear with this. Moving to the next question. Now coming to the integer type of questions, the first question says how many of the compounds form white turbidity. Now again, organic, we just do not have to move the pen. Why does white turbidity come? Because of the formation of alkyl chloride. How does alkyl chloride form? Via formation of a carbocation. So whoever will form a stable carbocation can quickly form white turbidity. Lucas test is, do not learn that 3 degree. Learn with the logic. Whoever can form stable carbocation will give Lucas will give this white turbidity with the maximum extent. So ultimately it is again a question of carbocation stability, but with different language. So this is 1 degree alcohol. No, 1 degree carbocation is not stable. It is not at all stable. This, if OH is gone, you will have a plus over here. No, because it is a strong mine electron withdrawing group. So carbocation will never be formed in this carbon. So this will also, although degree is 3 degree, but because carbocation will be not stable, so this will also not give white turbidity because this will not form alkyl chloride. Now this carbocation, although this is a 1 degree carbon, this is 1 degree carbon, but this pi sigma plus is a resonance stabilized carbocation, therefore it will give white turbidity. A very beautiful question for those students who learn and mug concepts. Now what about this one? If you have plus over here, then this is even more stable than a resonance stabilized carbocation, because this is special case of dancing resonance. The whole ring stabilizes this carbocation. I hope you remember this. With this, I have all this dancing resonance I've specially discussed in my GOC logic. So those who do not know, please know this. Although not a name NCRT concept, but very important for advanced, loves it. Mains also likes it. So obviously this can also give because carbocation is stable. This is just benzylic carbocation, a very stable, although this is also 1 degree, but because this carbocation is resonance stabilized, so this will also give. This will in fact form aromatic compound, just like the previous question that we have discussed. Now, this is not even stable. It will directly tautomerize and form the corresponding carbonyl compound. So why will this will not even react? This will not even exist in nature. Again, this carbocation is even more stable, more resonance stabilized than the fifth one. So obviously this will also give. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So how many? What will be your answer? A beautiful integer type 5 will be your answer. Now moving to the next question. The next question says how many? Observe the compound and write the number of hydrogen atom involved in hyperconjugation. Now, how we hyperconjugation? So let us see the hyperconjugating hydrogen. Sir, carbocation is also stabilized by hyperconjugation. Yes. So 3 hydrogens, 3 and 2 is 5, 5 and 1 is 6. So these 6 hydrogens are through hyperconjugation stabilizing the carbocation. But because it is having alkene also, so alkene can also be stabilized by hyperconjugation. The question is saying you just give me number of hyperconjugating structures. So these 6 are hyperconjugating structures stabilizing carbocation. But these 2 hydrogen and this 1 hydrogen is also hyperconjugating hydrogen, but it is stabilizing alkene. Question is not specifying. It is specifying you give me all hyperconjugating hydrogens. So 6 from there, 3 from here. A very beautiful question. 9 will be your answer. Many of you must have not counted these 3. So I hope we are clear with this. Coming to the next question. The next question is an inorganic logic of D block element. D block element JEE loves. AgNO3 actually it produces on heating. Once you thermally heat silver nitrate, what it forms? It reduces and gives you silver solid and you get gases. A very famous reaction of producing brown colored nitrogen gas and oxygen gas, because both nitrogen and oxygen gas are paramagnetic. Oxygen is paramagnetic, we know through molecular orbital theory, and NO2 is paramagnetic, we know through basic chemical bonding logic that I am completing the octet of both electronegative oxygen, but this nitrogen will have its odd electron, and because of the presence of this odd electron, this is also paramagnetic. Oxygen is also paramagnetic. But who is more paramagnetic? It is having 1 unpaired electron and oxygen is having 2 unpaired electron. How we know that oxygen has 2 unpaired electron? Through the MOT. What is the MOT? Oxygen O2 is having 16 electrons. So sigma 1s2, sigma s-stick 1s2, sigma 2s2, sigma s-stick 2s2. After that we fill sigma 2pz, then we fill pi 2px equals pi 2py. Let us fill the electrons in these. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and after that last will be filled pi s-stick, pi s-stick 2px equals pi s-stick 2py. So 1 and 1 are filled over here also, which is the 15th and 16th electron, and these are the 2 electrons which is making this oxygen paramagnetic. But so what is our paramagnetic option? Oxygen. Now what is asked? You have to give the total number of electrons present in anti-bonding molecular orbital of the gas. So anti-bonding is this, so 2, then 4, and there's these 2, so 5 and 6. So how many anti-bonding electrons are there? 6. But yes, this chemical bonding question is time consuming also, and I feel such questions are very important for your practice, because they have got huge possibility of coming to your JEE paper. Now again, the question from amines also JEE loves. So this question asks you that what are the amines that can be prepared by Gabriel thalamide reaction. Now one need to know the NCERT fact of Gabriel thalamide. I have a thalamide, once it reacts with a base, you get a salt, and this salt has this N minus as a nucleophile. This electron rich N minus does what? This does SN1, or simply I beg your pardon, it does SN2. as in it has a backside attack because the nucleophile itself is very bulky. So it requires a least hindered alkyl halide, and mind you, aryl halide do not give SN reactions. So what you get this? So after hydrolysis, this carboxylic acid derivative turns into carboxylic acid, and here you get RNH2. So what amine you always form? 1 degree amine, and this R is coming from an alkyl group, but this alkyl halide has to be least hindered because this nucleophile itself is very bulky. So if we know this logic, then we do not have to move our pen. Why? Sir, because this is 1 degree. So this, if I have a halogen over here, so you just replace this nitrogen with a halogen. Can this be replaced easily? Yes, sir. This is quite no steric hindrance. So this can give you your desired amine. So this is one. No, sir. You cannot replace aryl halide. So this cannot give you an answer. So I just have one. So this is also 1 degree. So this can also be formed 2. This is also 1 degree because this is not aryl. If I have a halogen over here, this is also an sp3 hybridized alkyl halide, and this alkyl halide can also undergo SN2 reaction. This is a 2 degree amine. No, sir. Gabriel thialamide can only form 1 degree amine. Sir, if I have a halogen over here, this will be vinylic halide. Vinylic halide is not stable, it is unstable. So why unstable species will react? It can't react, so this can also not be formed. Yes, this can be beautiful. In fact, this is the best possible alkyl halide that can be formed with Gabriel thialamide. So how many alkyl halide we can form? 1, 2, 3, 4. So what will be our answer? Definitely option 4. I hope we are clear with this. Now, moving to the, I guess, last question. Yeah. Now, this last question again, because students fear salt hydrolysis, salt analysis, I'm not asking you to learn whole of the salt analysis. I'm again I have given you this table in 2 of the test. This is the 3rd test I'm giving you. At least I hope that in one of the tests you'll make a note, you'll just read it once. Just read it for 2 days, 3 days in the morning. These cations and the corresponding reagent and what precipitate that form. That's it. Once you know this, you know that this 4th group has what? Has D block. What D block? Man, no fi, ko, ni, no su, jan. We know rhyme. Shakti Walker, man, fe, ko, ni, su, jan. So, ko, ni, man, jan. So these are the 3D block cations, and in this question you are just asked this only, that how many of the following cations are not belonging to group 4. So obviously this is first group, this is second group, these are your 4th group cations, this is group 6 cation. So how many actually are not belonging to? So how many cross we had? 5. So your answer will be 5. So these questions, you tell me how much time we have, but if you know the logic. So if you know the logic, in chemistry you are rewarded with marks. So in order to have those rewards, you have to memorize some concepts. So Deepen sir is ready. So best of luck, students. I hope you find this useful. You can download these notes from the WhatsApp channel. So follow us at PWJ English WhatsApp channel, and we'll meet soon with the next test discussion. So over to Deepen sir.
Hello, hi, namaskar everyone. Just give me a quick response. Am I clearly audible and visible? Can you all see the screen which is presented right there in front of you? And I hope I'm clearly visible and audible, and we can get started. Just write it in the comment box whether you all can hear me and listen to me properly or not, and then we'll resume. Great, great, great. So Gaurav sir must have ended the stream from his end, and now we'll be discussing the mathematics section of your rank booster mock analysis 5th. Great. So let's get started without any delay. I hope most of you must have attempted the first question. I'll classify or categorize this question as one of the easiest questions. Thank you so much, Satvik Ashwin. Great. So how do we solve this particular one? Let's have a better or more clarity. There is low voice. Let me see. How do we see? Yes, there is low voice. So how do we, I hope I'm clearly audible. If there is low voice, let us get it fixed. Just hold on for a while. Let me see what can be done from our end. Yes, so we are increasing the gain. Just hold on for a while. We are increasing the voice. I hope I'm very clearly audible now. Yes, I hope now my voice must be very clearly audible, and now the issue of low voice must be resolved. Just give me a quick confirmation. Just give me a quick confirmation. I hope we can go ahead now with this better picture in mind. Just give me a quick confirmation in the chat box. I hope Jackass Junction, my voice must be very clearly audible now. Everyone, just give me a quick response. Am I clearly audible? Now, going ahead with this first question and its discussion, there is this function f of x. So this f of x is defined as what? So there is a decent standard basic function here, which should be, this question should have been attempted by all of you. Now, this is something which doesn't require much intelligence, and most of you must have done this particular question. How many of you? Great, great. Thank you so much, Sarthik. Okay, so he is saying, sir, I score only 45 marks. That's great in mathematics section if you are scoring 45. That's brilliant and that's perfect. That is something really amazing. Now, with that, when I go ahead with this first questions discussion, how many of you have attempted this? This f of x is defined in this manner, piecewise definition. When it is x is less than 3, the definition goes like this. When x is greater than equal to 3, the definition goes like this. It says the complete set of values, the complete set of values, just hold on for a while, the complete set of values so that f of x has a local minimum at x is equal to 3. Now please understand, if it has a local minimum at x is equal to 3, please understand, after 3 this clearly looks like a straight line, which means this is having a positive slope, which means acute angle with the positive axis, so it will be going like this. So after 3 it will be strictly increasing. Now before 3, whatever the graph of this function is, since it is a cubic, it could have a curvature. All I need to ensure is that if it has a minima, local minima at 3, it should be the minimum value, which means in its neighborhood, this should be the minimum value, which means all we should cross check here is that f of 3 should be the lowest value in its neighborhood, in its right neighborhood and in its left neighborhood. Did you understand my statement very clearly? And if you have gotten that statement, and if you apply this basic idea, you could crack this question within seconds. How? Here all we need to find out is that what will be f of 3 from its left hand side. So if I talk about f of 3 from its left hand side, I'll get it from here, because when x is less than 3, this will be the definition of the function when I'm taking x negative, that is x approaching 3 from its left hand side. So with that, I'll have this definition. So all I need to ensure is that f of 3 from its negative side should be greater than f of 3. Are you understanding this statement? Because f of 3 should be the local minima here. I hope you have understood this particular idea. So f of 3 minus I'll attain from here, f of 3 I'll attain from here, because when x is 3, the second definition you got to use. I hope the question is almost done. F of 3 minus, so 4 into 3 is 12. 3 cube is clearly 27. So with this minus 27 coming into picture, you have plus ln, and that a is there, which is a square minus 3a plus 3. I hope there is no confusion on that. This is 4 into 3, that's 3 cube, and that is ln a square minus 3a plus 3, and this should be greater than f of 3. F of 3 will be 3 minus 18. First of all, tell me, did you understand this part comfortably? Can I move ahead from here? If we are stating that this has a local minima here, this condition must be fulfilled, although one condition should also be there, but that I need not apply, because that is already checked. The other condition will be that, sir, f of 3 should also be less than f of 3 plus. That means in the right neighborhood of 3, f of 3 plus, which is f of 3 plus, should be greater than f of 3, which is anyway is happening. So I need not verify that part, because x minus 18 is clearly a strictly increasing function in this particular domain, so that I need not bother about. So this condition is sufficient and necessary condition here in this particular question. Now if I solve this further, 12 minus 27, we clearly see how much is it going to be. 27 to that's 25, then it is 15, so it is going to be minus 15. That is also going to be minus 15, so here this gets you minus 15, and that is also minus 15, so this gets cancelled, so here you get 0. Now of course it is ln, which means log at base e, so when you take the anti-log e raised to the power 0, that gives you 1, so it becomes a square minus 3a plus 3 should be greater than equal to 1, because the base is e greater than 1, so the sign of the inequality doesn't change. With this 1 coming into picture, I can write this as plus 2 greater than 0. I hope our job is almost done, because I need to split this middle term, which is going to be nothing but what? a square minus 2a minus a plus 2 should be greater than 0. I hope this is completely and totally understood by you all. With that, moving ahead, what do we see? One of the factors is going to be a minus 2, the other factor is going to be minus 1. You will take common, so a minus 1 should be positive. So when a quadratic expression needs to be positive, needs to be made positive, what do we do here? Just give me a quick confirmation, students. Am I clearly audible and visible? Just hold on for a while. Yes, yes, sir.
सर माइक दिखाना चाह रहा हूँ.
Okay, okay, sir. Am I clearly audible now? I hope my voice is clearly audible now. It must be better now. I hope you all can hear me properly on the screen now. With this, we were saying that a minus 2, a minus 1, these two factors, product should be greater than 0. For quadratic, what we all know very clearly is that here, this should be, the value of a should be less than the lesser root and greater than the greater root. With that coming into picture, I hope you know the wavy curve method as well, that you need not introduce here. You should know it with the help of intuition only, that here 1 and 2 will be there, plus minus plus will definitely give you all the values greater than 2 or all the values less than 1. I hope you are comfortably understanding it. So from here, I'll say that here my answer will be option D, not option B, because on 1 and 2 they are using the closed interval. So the correct answer will be minus 1 to 2. Did you all get that? But here a small correction is needed to be made. What is that correction? The point here is, yes, Satvik, the option will be B. Let me correct it here. Why will it be option B? Because it should be a local minima. Local minima means what? Even if the curve is like this, even if the let me show you with the help of curve. Let's say curve is like this also, then also this will be a local minima, because in its neighborhood it should be less than equal to. So with that, I need to use this equality as well. So when you introduce this equality into picture, you got to include 1 and 2, and with these two things coming into picture, instead of option D, option B will be the correct answer. So yes, thank you so much for that correction. I hope now you all can hear me properly and the voice is going great and smooth. Can we continue from here? Just give me a quick confirmation. Am I clearly audible? Wavy curve method was not very clearly needed, Satvik, but yes, that is perfectly fine if you need to do it. But for quadratic, you can remember this technique. That's great, that's great. So from here, I can move towards the next question for the day. This is basically a previous year question from JEE Advanced 2026. 2026, no, it's not 2016 actually. 26 is about yet to happen. So here, one of the methods is, if this question says or whatever asks you to do, you do that, or you use some intuition. One of the methods, which is of course lengthy in nature, which you should avoid, is that you try or start finding p to the power 50. You find p to the power 1, p to the power 2, p to the power 3, p to the power 4, and you look for a pattern, and then you generalize p to the power 50. And once you have generalized p to the power 50, then you subtract I and then you find q. And once you have found q, you would crack A31, A32 and A21, which is of course a lengthy process in nature, but you could do this if you don't get the absolute idea about that intuition based approach. Now what is that? That of course comes into picture with some practice. How do we crack that intuition based approach? Here, this is your matrix P, right? If I could see it as some clarity here, 0, 0, 0 here and 1, 1, 1 on the diagonal elements, I could break it into something more interesting. So P, if I break it into something, what I'm trying to make you understand is that here on the diagonal I'm having 1, 1, 1. So non-diagonal elements, if I make them as 0, 0, 0, what advantage will I get from that there? Please understand. This 4, 16, 4, I repeat, this 4, 16, 4, if I introduce here, I think I'll be left with these zeros here. Did you understand this part very clearly? Black Mystery saying, sir, total 900 for 12 tests. Is this enough along boards to qualify JEE Mains? For boards, it is more than enough. It is definitely more than enough. For JEE Mains, yes, if you are sincerely doing it, if you are sincerely attempting the mocks, you're watching the analysis, you're doing the analysis by yourself as well. Trust me, in that case also, to make you revise all the concepts, to make you consolidate all the basics and mains level understanding, this is definitely sufficient. Have faith in our words. With this coming into picture, so we have cracked P into something like this. Great. I hope there is no confusion on that. 1, 1, 1 on the diagonal, 4, 16, 4. So 4, 16, 4 and the rest of the elements are clearly 0, 0, 0. Now with this, what do we see here? I hope most of you must have noticed very clearly that, sir, this is your identity matrix. This clearly is your identity matrix. Now can we do something with this? Let's denote it by some matrix. So P, I am writing as the summation of two matrices which are A and I, where this is your identity matrix and this is your A. Now let's work a little on this A. Here, P to the power 50 minus I is what I need to find. So let's try finding P to the power 50. Once I work upon P to the power 50, yes, definitely, he's our saliva. So P to the power 50 is what I need to find. Great, great, great. So how do I find it out? Let's work on that particular idea. So now binomial theorem will come into picture. Can you believe that? We were discussing matrices. Now suddenly, or all of a sudden, I'll introduce binomial, and I'll tell you the binomial approach will make this question even simpler. How? P to the power 50 is going to be A plus I to the power 50. Now if I start using binomial NCR, so 50C0, I can have A to the power 50 and I to the power 0 and vice versa, or whatever you wish to take it. So I'll begin with A to the power 50 because of a reason, or you could have begun with I to the power 50 as well and A to the power 0 and so on, whatever you wish to take it here. I hope you're understanding what are we doing here. With this, I'll have this next thing which is going to be 50C1, then I'll have I to the power 50 minus 1, that's 49, and A to the power 1 and so on and so on. Now, sir, are you not thinking that this is also going to be a very lengthy approach? Have faith in me. With some calculation, this will become completely simpler. Let's start work on this A. Let's start working on this A. What is A? 4, 16, 4, right? So A is given by 4, 0, 4, and then we have 16 and 4, right? Rest of the elements are 0. Now, once you have cracked A, can you help me in cracking A square? Let's try and crack A square. So K square will be 0, 0, 0, and there will have 4, 0, 0, and there will have 16, 4, 0. Alright, so let's try and work out the value of A square. I hope you all can see it very clearly. Matrix multiplication you all know. 0, 0, 0 into this 0, 4, 16, that will be 0. So here, first row, first column, that will be 0. First row, second column, that will also be 0. First row, third column, that will also be 0. With this, now what do we see next? I hope you all are there. 4, 0, 0, 0, 4, 16. So 4 into 0, 0 into 4, 0 into 16, that is also 0. Now here, 4, 0, 0, 0, 0, 4. So 4, 0, 0, 0, so that will also be 0. Here, 4, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, so that will also be 0. I hope you must be noticing something very interesting coming into picture here. With this, what do I see next? 16, 4, 0, 0, 4, 16. So 16, 0, 0, 0, 16, 0, 4, 4, that gives you a 16 here. The next value, 16, 4, 0, 0, 0, 4, 0, 16, 4, 0, 0, 0, 0, so that's 0. So I think we are very close to concluding or getting something very much valuable from here. What do I mean by that? We have cracked A square. Now let's perform one more step and let's crack or try and crack A cube. So A cube will be A square into A. So A square we have already cracked 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and that is 16, 0, 0. And what about this is basically A square. I need to multiply it by A. So A was 0, 0, 0. There you have 4, 0, 0. There you have 16, 4, 0. Now quickly help me out with A cube. What will be the value of A cube? So here the value of A cube is going to be 0, 0, 0, 4, 0, 4, 16, 0. This 0, 0, 0 into second column 0. This 0, 0 into third column 0. With this 0, 0 into first column, second column, third column will also be 0. Now look at the most interesting part. 16, 0, 0, 0, 4, 16, that will be 0. I hope you can see it here. 16, 0, 0, 0, 0, 4, 16, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Everything is going to be 0. Sir, now can you help me with this? If A cube is turning out to be a null matrix, A to the power 4, A to the power 5, A to the power 6 until A to the power 50, all of them will be the null matrices. All of them will be the null matrices. A cube and so on, all the higher powers of this. I hope you're understanding. A cube, A to the power 4 until A to the power 50, all the higher powers of A are going to be null matrix. I'm not saying 0, I'm saying null matrix or 0 matrix. So here, if I were to write the second term here would have been 50C2 I to the power 48 a square. Did you get that? But rest of the terms with a cube, a to the power 4, a to the power 5 and so on until a to the power 50 will be the null matrices. Did you get that? From here we know identity matrix raised to the any power will be identity matrix only. So from here I can write a lot of things. What do I mean by those a lot of things? 50 C0 we know is 1. This is I. This is basically a to the power 0 is 1 basically, or I here. So this is going to be I. So when you write p to the power 50 on the left hand side, this is nothing but I. Are you all understanding this? That's 50 C1, that's 50, this is I. So this is going to be 50I a to the power 1. A to the power 1, we already know what is A. A we have already worked out. A is your this particular matrix, which is nothing but what? 0, 0, 0, 4, 0, 0, and that's 1640. I hope you all are listening and understanding. Plus now, I hope you all are there. 50 C2. 50 C2 is 50 into 49 divided by 2. That is 50 into 49 is 25 into 49. So that calculation you got to perform. So 25 into 49, 50 C2 is this. I to the power 48 is I, so that I need not write. Even if I do, I can simply remove it. I could simply keep it like 50 only times a square. We did calculate a square. A square was all zeros except for that 16. So here that is going to be the value of a square with all the zeros except for this value which was basically nothing but 16. So this is going to be your a square. Did you all understand that? Can I move ahead from here? Everyone with me on this? Now from here, is it really a tough task for you to calculate this? Because 20 into 49, 25 into 49 you all can do. 25 into 49 you can write as 50 minus 1. I hope you are understanding why. So 25 into 50, 25 into 5 is what? 125. So this is 1250. 1250 minus 25. So that will be 1225. So 49 into 25 should be 1225. So that should be 1225. One more calculation we need to do. 1225 into 16. 1225 into 16. Let me write it here first so that we don't forget this. This will be 1225, right? So this will be 1225. So here p to the power 50 minus I will be. P to the power 50 minus I is going to be what? This 50 into all of this. So this 50 into all of this is what? 54, 50, 16, 54. Rest of the things are going to be 0. So 50 into 4 is what? 200. And 200 into 4 is 800. Basically 16 into 50 is 800. So 200, 800, 200, right? So that will be 200, 800 and 200. And the rest of the terms are definitely going to be 0. Correct me if I'm wrong, because there is a lot of data, so rest of the terms are 0. Now one more calculation we got to perform. 1225 into 16, right? That I'm skipping, or that you can do by yourself, or let me do it. 16 into 5 is 80, so carry is 8. 16 into 2 is 32. 32 plus 8 is what? 40. Carry is 4. Again 16 into 2, 32. 32 plus 4 is 36. Carry is 3. 16 plus 19. Correct me if I'm wrong. 19600. Correct me if I'm wrong if this calculation is wrong. Sir, please put coordinate geometry, one shots, all ellipse, circle, conic. Black Mystery, I have recorded all the one shots. They are getting released today. Inverse trigonometric function is released, and very soon you will see all the remaining one shots of calculus, coordinate geometry. Everything will be released very soon. Don't worry about that. Here, coming back to the discussion. So if it is 19600, I think we have gotten this matrix as well, which is all 0 except for this 19600. So 0, 0 here, 0, 0, 0 here, and 0, 0, 0 here. Now I think it is clearly not going to be a tough or a challenging task, because the question is almost done from my end, I believe so. Because p to the power 50 minus I, as per the question, is supposed to be p to the power 50 minus I is supposed to be q. I hope from here I can say so. So this value is nothing but what? Q. So with that data, I think we have now the final answer. All zeros except for what? This 200. That is 19600 plus 800. That is what? 19600 plus 400 is what? 20,000. 20,400. Right. So 20,000. 20,400. I hope I'm writing it correctly without any confusion. Correct me if we need any correction here. Right? With this 0 is there, 0 is there, 0 is there. This 200 should be there, and these zeros are also supposed to be there. Just check out the calculation. 18,600. Mohammed, are you sure? Mohammed, just give me a quick confirmation. Will it be 18,000, 19,000? Let me check it again. 16,580, 0, 8, 16, 32. 32 plus 8 is what? 40. So that is 0, carry 4. 16 into 2, 32. 32 plus 4, 36. So that's 6, carries 3. 16 into 1 is 16. 16 plus 3 is what? 19. So it should be 19, 16, 60. I think, Mohammed, I'm doing correct. Just check it once again with the help of calculator as well. By the time I'm proceeding ahead with my calculation, I hope now the job is completely done. What do we need? A31, A32, A21. So this is going to be nothing but what? A21. This is your A21. This is your A31. And this is your A32. From here, can you not do it by yourself? From here, can you not calculate it by yourself? I hope you will do it by yourself. A31 plus A32 divided by A21. That calculation you all can do. But did you understand this question? Yes, we do one more thing. We classify question. We basically categorize questions. So this question I'll classify as easy. This question can be said to be a moderate one, considering calculation in length and logic both were required. But yes, this question was decent. Okay, no worries, Mohammed, with that. Here, moving ahead with the next question. This is definitely an easy one. Something really simple you all must attempt in the paper. You should not leave this question at all at any cost. How do we solve this one? The probabilities of two students A and B coming to the school in a time are 3 by 7. So this is the probability of A coming in time, and this is the probability of B coming in time. That's 5 by 7. Assuming that A coming in time and B coming in time are independent, so they do not affect each other. Find the probability that only one of them come to the school in a time. Only one of them, which means if A comes, then B should not come in time. Or if A doesn't come in time, then B should come in time. That's the answer. Sir, how can it be the answer? Answer should be a numerical value. If you are simply basic or decent, if you have good decent understanding of maths, you could have cracked the question now. A coming in time is 3 by 7 and I need B should not come in time because they are independent events. So if B is 5 by 7, not B will be 1 minus 5 by 7, that is 2 by 7 into A naught. A naught is what? 3 by 7. 1 minus 3 by 7 is what? 4 by 7. That's not into. It should be plus. Just hold on for a while. This should be plus. Now A naught, if A is 3 by 7, A naught will be 1 minus 3 by 7. That is what? 4 by 7. I hope you are understanding my language very clearly from here. Into B. So B is what? 5 by 7. From here, can you calculate by yourself and get me the answer? That's 6. That's 20. 26 by 49. Option C needs to be marked. Did you get it correct in your mock, in your attempt as well? From here, when we move ahead with the next question, again, I'll say easy, definitely easy. It is not at all even moderate, but if you ask me, from your perspective, if I wish to say, I would call it a moderate one. Thank you, sir. For what? Black mystery. So here, if the function, this is your function f of x, it has horizontal tangent. I hope you understand horizontal tangent, which means a tangent which is parallel to the x-axis. So if the tangent is parallel to the x-axis, at that point dy by dx will be 0. I hope you are understanding this. And a point of inflection. So if you see point of inflection, so point of inflection means what? Here d2y by dx square will also be 0. I hope you understand that. From the chapter application of derivatives, we know that here whenever you see the horizontal tangent or point of inflection, that at that point you will see dy by dx and d2y by dx square to be 0, because at that point both are there. The horizontal tangent is also there and point of inflection is also there. Now here, for the same value of x, that's the crux here for this question. Then they are asking you the value of b. Okay. So I need to figure out two things. First of all, f dash x, then f double dash x. So when I find f dash x, it is going to be 4x cube plus 2bx. I hope you can see it very clearly. Plus 8 plus 0. I hope no one is confused with this. For one shots, it really, yes. Thank you so much for that appreciation, Black Mystery. Keep learning and keep sharing it so that other also get advantage or benefited by these videos coming back into or bringing you back into the picture. Let's figure out f double dash x as well. So when you try and figure out f double dash x, it is going to be 12x square. That will be 2b. And this is your f double dash x. Since there is a point of inflection at some value of x, we don't know that. So let's put it equal to 0 and let's try and find that value of x where we could be finding the point of inflection. So here minus 2b is 12x square. So I'll say 12x square is equal to minus 2b. So from here I'll say, what will I say? From here I'll say that if I cancel it by 2 on both sides, 6x square will be minus b. That is b or minus b. I hope you all are there. Now here, why did I do it? I did it because f dash x also needs to be 0, because tangent which is parallel to the x-axis is there. So this should also be 0 there. So if this is also 0 there, which means what? Which means here 4x cube 2bx plus 8. Can I replace this 2b? Or rather, instead of bringing this into picture, can I not say 2b from here will be minus 12x square? I hope you are understanding why am I doing it. 2b will be minus 12x square. So this value of 2b I'm replacing here. Did you get that part? So from here, I hope this is what we have. X to the power 4 bx square plus 8x, right? So this is your 4x cube, that's your plus 2bx, right? So 2b I'm replacing by minus 12. So minus 12 x square into x, that's again x cube plus 8 is equal to 0. I hope everyone is there listening and understanding it very clearly. From here, what do we see here? 4 minus 12, that's minus 8. So minus 8x cube goes to the other side. So 8 is 8x cube. So from there, we receive x cube as 1. That means x will also be 1. Everyone listening and understanding this. But they did not ask you the value of x. They asked you the value of b. So x is equal to 1 can be put here. Because that same x is here for that f double dash x to be 0. And that same x is there for that f dash x to be 0. Because at 1, we are having that horizontal tangent and the point of inflection. I hope you are understanding it. So if I put x is equal to 1 here, that will be minus 12 upon 2. So b is found to be minus 6, and that will be your answer, which should be given in option D. That's your correct answer. Was it even a moderate question? That's good, Mohammed Kaf. I hope you are. No. Option A is not the correct answer. Option D, minus 6 will be the correct answer. Everyone with me on this? Let's solve the next question. Again, if you know the basics of Trigo, you all will love to call it an easy question. Definitely an easy question. How do we solve this particular one? Can you help me with its answer, students, by writing your response in the comment box? 7, 10 alpha is said to be 1. Something related to this is also given. Alpha and beta both are taking values between 0 to pi by 2. Okay, that's fine. Then the value of 10 alpha and 10 2 beta. I think I need not say anything about 10 alpha because we already know what is going to be the value of 10 alpha. From here, you will definitely say that sir, it is going to be 1 by 7. Let's start working on this. So if I take 10 common, it will be under root 10, or I'll do that later. Under root 10 times 1 minus cos 1 minus, what's wrong with my, give me a second, students. 1 minus cos 2 beta, right? So under root is there, under root 2 is there. Now the best thing is that alpha and beta both are between 0 to pi by 2 in the first quadrant there. So here we know 1 minus cos 2 theta is 2 sin square theta. 1 plus cos 2 theta is 2 cos square theta. So here this will be 10 times 2 sine square theta. That is going to be beta, and then square root is already there with this root 2 coming into picture. Everyone with me on this? This root 2 and this root 2 are cancelled. This root 10 goes there. So under root over sine square beta. I hope you remember this, that under root over x square is not x. That's wrong. Under root over x square is always mod x. I hope you remember that. So with that data coming into picture, under root over sine square beta should be mod of sine beta, and that should be 1 by root 10, because this root 2 and this root 2 are cancelled. But here we know that beta is in the 0 to pi by 2, that means the first quadrant, so I need not put a mod over here. If I could remove that mod, I think I have gotten the value of sine beta as well, which is 1 by root 10. If I take a right angle triangle like this, if I take a beta here, sine is what? Perpendicular upon hypotenuse. So this is 1, this is hypotenuse. 10 minus 1, Pythagoras theorem I'm using. 10 minus 1 is 9, square root of 9 is 3. So this is going to be the base. Why did I do it? Because I need the value of 10 2 beta. So let us find 10 beta first. Let us find 10 beta first. So 10 beta is going to be perpendicular upon base. That's 1 by 3. Now we need 10 2 beta. That's not a problem at all, because most of you, or rather all of you, must be aware of this identity as well. What college you suggest for astrophysics and space science with JEE and other advanced exams? I'll definitely make a video on it. I'll definitely take a note of it, and I'll definitely ensure that I make a short on it so that you get more clarity on it. Once this video gets over, Black Mystery, just put an actual comment as well in this video so that it works as a reminder for me, and I'll definitely make a video as soon as possible after a very proper or a more research, right? With this coming into picture, 10 2 beta we all know is 2 10 beta, so that's 2 10 beta is what? 2 into 1 by 3 upon 1 minus 10 square beta. Okay, Jagan is saying ये test कहाँ से मिलेंगे? Jagan, we have launched a rank booster test series, I think available at just ₹199, in which we have offered 12 mock tests. This is the 5th analysis, so 5 mocks are already released, but don't worry, you can have this rank booster and rank booster test series. You can purchase it and you can attempt all the mocks which are conducted so far, all the 5 and the upcoming ones as well. And on YouTube, we conducted the free live analysis. So attempting the test is something which you can purchase by spending ₹199, but rest of the things are absolutely free. These handwritten notes, the analysis, everything, right? With that, coming back into picture, this 10 2 beta is 2 10 beta upon 1 minus 10 square beta. 1 minus 10 square beta is what? 1 by 9. So with that, again, do I need to tell you what would be the final answer? Thank you so much with that, Kala Kaddu. Why do you guys put your names like this? Why do you not keep your name simply like the names which you are already, the names which you are already called by? Newly joined Sajay, very nice. Thank you so much, boy. So here, I think with this, I think 10 2 beta you can figure out. 10 alpha we have already figured out. You can mark the correct option, which is something really simple and doable. Do I need to do some calculation from here? It will be basically 2 by 3 divided by 8 by 9. And from there, you can mark the correct option. Can I move ahead with the next question here? So when you see the next question, yes. This question I'll definitely say somewhere between moderate and hard. But if you could crack the logic, you will still say that, sir, this is decently a moderate question. How do we crack the logic to this particular one? See, fx is defined as 8x cubed plus 3x. Okay, we'll talk about that later. Let us keep this function aside. We'll definitely talk about this later. But what's the other funda? We need to figure out this. When we need to figure out this, I am splitting it into 2 parts. Which 2 parts? Limit x is approaching infinity, f inverse of 8x divided by x to the power 1 by 3 minus f inverse of, this is inverse, right? Don't get confused by this, x divided by x to the power 1 by 3. We can do so. Even what I can clearly do is that I can write it like this, minus limit x approaches infinity, f inverse of x divided by x to the power 1 by 3. Sir, why did you do so? Have patience, I'll definitely let you know. There is a specific reason behind doing this. No worries with that. I'll show you a very, very, very interesting question it is. But keep trying, keep trying. Even while I'm solving this, keep trying. With the hint I'm trying to give you with every single step, you can keep trying along with me. So here, the first thing which you should think of doing is, let's start or try to crack this, and then we'll try to come up with something. So let's say f inverse of 8x would be something. Let me say that it is a. I can take a, right? So from here, can I say f of a will be 8x? I hope there is no confusion on that. We know f of x is this. So can you help me with f of a? Sir, f of a will be 8a cube plus 3a is equal to 8x. So if I what do I do? If I keep that 8x there only, or 8 there, or rather 8x there only, I hope this is how things can be written like this. Okay, no, I'm not from Delhi, I am from Indore, Madhya Pradesh. Moving ahead with this discussion here, I hope you all can see this thing here. Can I work out x to the power 1 by 3 here? So why are you doing so? Have patience, I'll let you know. So if I try and figure out x to the power 1 by 3, I'm raising both these sides to the power 1 by 3. So when you do so, 8a cube plus 3a to the power 1 by 3 will be there, divided by this 8 I'm bringing here. So 8 to the power 1 by 3 we all know is 2, is equal to x to the power 1 by 3. So we have cracked x to the power 1 by 3. Sir, why have you complicated it a lot like this? Have patience. This is one of those ways through which you can get the answer to this question. So this is x to the power 1 by 3 for this particular expression, or from this expression's perspective. I need to work out this as well. So let me do that part as well, and then we'll resume our discussion. So now let's work on f inverse x here. So this particular f inverse x, I'm assuming to be b. Can I do so? Yes, we all can. With this b coming into picture, I will not hesitate in saying that f of b is equal to x. But what could be f of b? Sir, f of b will be 8b cube plus what? Plus 3b. And that should be equal to x. I hope you all are listening and understanding. With that, can I figure out x to the power 1 by 3? I can take power 1 by 3 on both sides. So it will be giving me 8b cube plus 3b to the power 1 by 3 is equal to x to the power 1 by 3. Everyone is with me? Just hold on for a while. Just give me a second, students. I need to fix a few things here. Just give me a moment, students. All right. So now pay attention to this. We have x to the power 1 by 3, 1 by 3. Now what is the point of doing this? Now listen to this particular part here. This particular part. F inverse 8x. F inverse 8x, can I substitute by a? Yes, I can. Divided by what? Divided by what? Divided by x to the power 1 by 3. What is x to the power 1 by 3? This, right? So with this coming into picture, I'll have denominator as 8a cube plus what? 3a to the power what? To the power 1 by 3. Are you all there listening and understanding? Divided by 2, so that 2 goes in the numerator. I hope there is no confusion on that. Are you all there? I repeat my part, whatever I've written so far. If f inverse of 8x, f inverse of 8x I have substituted by a, divided by x to the power 1 by 3, that is this which I'm replacing here. So here this goes there, divided by 2 goes in the numerator. Everyone with me on this? Now one more thing which you all should understand is, if this is clearly approaching infinity, if x approaches infinity, a will also approach infinity. Because the coefficient of x cube is positive, so this will be a cubic, it would be somewhat like this. So if x is approaching infinity, this f inverse x or f of x will also be approaching infinity. I hope without any confusion or hesitation you can say so. So there I can say that limit a approaches infinity could be introduced if x was approaching infinity. Everyone with me on this? Now let's talk about the next part. I hope there is no confusion on this. Minus, there also I'll say limit a approaches infinity. Now the numerator f inverse x is going to be b. So there instead of a I'll use b approaching infinity. F inverse x I'll substitute by b divided by x to the power 1 by 3, which is going to be nothing but what? 8b cube plus 3b to the power whole raised to the power 1 by 3. I hope now the question is absolutely doable. Can you help me with the final answer or the correct answer from here, students? What would you say here? That denominator, when you take a cube common, although you know the short trick, but still if you don't know, you know how to figure it out. When I take 8a cube common from the denominator, so I'll have 2a outside. I hope you all are listening and understanding. So 2a upon 2a will be 1. So it will be 1 upon 1 minus 3a upon 8a cube. So 3 upon 8 a square whole raised to the power 1 by 3, where a is approaching infinity. Similarly here also, limit b is approaching infinity. When you take again 8b cube common, you will have 2b outside. So b by b, that gives you 1 by 2 times 1 by what? 1 plus 3 by 8 b square whole raised to the power 1 by 3. I hope you are understanding it comfortably. Now when b approaches infinity, this approaches 0. So 1 minus 1 by 0 is 1. This is also 1 by 1 plus 0 is 1. So this will be 1 minus 1 by 2. Can you see that right there? And 1 minus 1 by 2 we all know is going to be option A. Everyone with me on this? How many of you got the correct answer to this question? And more importantly, did you understand the approach, or shall I repeat the solution again? With this, let's solve the next question. Again, an interesting one, a very insightful one, and a very good one which will give you more clarity about binomial. Can we solve this question now? F of x is given, g of x is given, and we are told f of x is equal to g of x plus 1, and then we need to figure out the value of a of n. How do we do that? Here. Can you help me with this? When f of x and g of x plus 1 are given equal, then I'll say this is your f of x. F of x means what? This, right? So I'm not, okay, let me do it. F of x is a naught plus what? A1x plus a2x square until what? There will be a n x to the power n and so on until what? A of 2n x to the power 2n. This is equal to, this f of x is equal to g of x plus 1. What is it? So this is g of x. So if I wish to have g of x plus 1, I'll substitute g of that x by x plus 1 in g of x. So with that coming into picture, I hope you all are realizing first of all that this g of x can be splitted into two parts. Which two parts? This part here and this part here. So let me first of all work on simplifying g of x, then I'll write g of x plus 1. Are you okay with that? So when you start simplifying g of x here, what do we get? Let me simplify g of x here. So this is b naught b1x b2x square. Can I write this as summation of br x to the power r, where r is ranging from 0 to n minus 1. Correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm saying is b naught x to the power 0, b1 x to the power 1, b2 x to the power 2 until b n minus 1 x to the power n minus 1. Everyone with me on this? From here, the next expression is clearly a GP. Why am I saying so? Because here, I hope you all are noticing, this is your first term and the common ratio is x. Because x to the power n into x is x to the power n plus 1 into x, x to the power n plus 2 and so on. And how many terms are there? If I could ask you, then you would say that, sir, here, this is basically n plus 0 and this is n plus n. So if I ask you the number of terms, if it started with 1, it should have ended at n, then there would have been n terms, but it has started with 0, so there will be n plus 1 terms. Everyone listening and understanding this, there will be n plus 1 terms. So can you help me with the sum of n plus 1 terms of a GP? A, what is A? X to the power n times r to the power, r is x to the power n, but n is n plus 1, the number of terms, minus 1 divided by r minus 1. So r is x, so this should be x minus 1. Are you understanding this comfortably? But what's the catch? Sir, this is g of x. We don't need g of x. What do we need? We need g of x plus 1. Alright, that's fine. So let's try and work out g of x plus 1. All you need to do is substitute x by x plus 1. So what do we get by that? G of x plus 1 from here will be summation. R is ranging from 0 to n minus 1. This is br x plus 1 to the power r plus x to the power n. X to the power n gives you x plus 1 to the power n. I hope you are listening that. This x when replaced by x plus 1, so that is x plus 1 to the power n plus 1 minus 1 whole divided by x plus 1 minus 1, because this x is substituted by x plus 1. So x plus 1 minus 1 is basically x. Are you all there listening and understanding? Now your question is done. Why and how? Let's learn or develop that idea. Here, we are told f of x and g of x plus 1 are equal. If they are equal, the coefficients of same degree term will also be equal. The coefficient of x to the power 0 here, the coefficient of x to the power 0 on both sides will be same because they are identities. The coefficient of x to the power 1 here and the coefficient of x to the power 1 here will also be same. So coefficients will be equal of the same degree term, which means, what am I asked? We are asked the value of a of n. So if I need to work out an, I need to work out the coefficient of x to the power n. So indirectly, they have asked you a question to figure out the coefficient of x to the power n in this expression. So here, first of all, let me categorize or classify this question. I'll again say this is again a moderate question and you should have been able to do in the second pass. Did you understand the question first of all? Now, the question is simply if f of x and g of x plus 1 are equal, and if I need to work out an, then x to the power n will have the same coefficient. So x to the power n, whatever coefficient is there in g of x plus 1, that will be the value of a of n, because on the LHS, a of n is the coefficient of x to the power n. I hope you're understanding my words. Here, x plus 1 to the power n minus 1. The maximum power of x here would be n minus 1. So I hope there will be no term which will be there as the power of n as power of is the power n is the power of x. So there will be no term as x to the power n here. So now I need to bother about this only. Are you all understanding this here? So with this, when I try and simplify this, what do I get from here? Let's focus on that. X plus 1 to the power n, x plus 1 to the power n plus 1. So when I multiply them, x to the power what, 2n plus 1, x to the power 2n plus 1. So this will give you x to the power 2n plus 1, sorry, x plus 1, let me check it again, x plus 1 to the power 2n plus 1, yes, right, whole divided by x minus this x plus 1 to the power n minus 1 into minus 1 is x plus 1 to the power n upon x. So in this expression, I am looking for the coefficient of x to the power n. I am looking for the coefficient of x to the power n. Now please understand the numerator here. So both are getting divided by x. So now I am looking for the coefficient of x to the power, I hope you're understanding, n plus 1, because both expressions are getting divided by x. So if I simply remove this x from here and this x from here, what will I say? I'll say that I'm looking for the coefficient of x to the power n plus 1 from here. Now one more thing you all must have understood, that's our x plus 1 raised to the power n. So this expression will have the maximum power of x as n, but what I'm looking for is x to the power n plus 1, which means this will also give me no term in x to the power n plus 1. So I'm left with this expression only. Do we know how to expand it? It will be 2n plus 1 c0 x to the power 0 plus 2n plus 1 c1 x to the power 1 and so on. So in this term, x to the power n plus 1, x to the power n plus 1 will have the coefficient 2n plus 1 c n plus 1. What is it? That's the answer or the value of a of n. Can you help me with this? Did you all understand this? Can I move ahead from here? Have you understood this question very clearly? Can I move ahead with the next question with this? Question number 8. What does it say? The domain of this, something really simple and easy. You all must be pretty good at doing or solving this category of questions, and JEE Mains constantly asks such category of questions in almost every single shift, questions based on domain and range, mostly domain, right? So how do we solve this? Here, log, sine inverse and cos inverse. So I'll find its domain, I'll find the domain of this, I'll find the domain of this, and I'll take their intersection. Do you remember that? So with that coming into picture, let's find the domain of this. So whatever values log you take, that value should always be positive. So first condition here will be that 4x square plus 11x plus 6 should be positive. Did you get that? So 6 into 4 is 24, and 8 and 3 also give you 24. So I think it should be splitted like 4x square plus 8x plus 3x plus 6, right? So here when you take 4x common, it will be x plus what, 2? It will be x plus 2. But what did I take common? I took 4x common, right? If I take 4x common, it will be x plus 2 when you took 4x common. So when I wish to make it x plus 2, I'll take 3 common from here. And this quadratic expression needs to be positive. So beyond the roots means what? Minus 2 and minus 3 by 4. Which one is lesser? Minus 2. So it will be lesser than minus 2 and it will be greater than minus 3 by 4. I hope you know this technique. You need not apply wavy curve. Please understand, just look for the smaller and the greater root. Smaller root is minus 2, greater root is minus 3 by 4. The basic idea you can develop. So if this quadratic expression needs to be positive, it will be beyond the roots. Beyond means greater than the greater root, smaller than the smaller root. So from here I'll say the answer will be minus infinity to minus 2. Both are open brackets. Union minus 3 by 4 to infinity. But that's not the answer. That's the domain of this first function. Intersection second, intersection third. Now sine inverse we all know is defined for all the values of this expression lying between minus 1 and 1, which means 4x plus 3 should be less than equal to 1 and greater than equal to minus 1. If I subtract 3 on all the 3 sides, I'll have minus 4x, and that should be, what did I subtract it by? Minus 3, right? Minus 3, 1 minus 3 is minus 2. Correct me if I'm wrong. Right, minus 3, so that gives you this. So when you divide it by 4 on both the sides, it is minus 1, that's x, and this should be minus 1 by 2. So that's the second part here. Everyone with me on this? Now let's look at the third part. For cos also, it should lie between minus 1 and 1. I hope you remember that. So with this 10x plus 6 by 3 lying between minus 1 and 1, I think we have the answer. I'll multiply all the three sides by 3. So when you do so, minus 3, 10x plus 6, that's 3. So when you subtract 6 from all the three sides, what do you get? Minus 9, 10x, and that gives you minus 3. Correct me if I'm wrong. Right, so when you divide all the sides by 10, what do we get? Correct me if I'm wrong, right? 10x plus 6 by 3, minus 1 to 1, then minus 3 to 3, then minus 9, minus 3, then 10. So it gives you minus 9 by 10, and that gives you minus 3 by 10, right? Now, I need to take the intersection of all these values, right? So can I do it here? Let me do it here. I am doing it here. So first of all, do not get confused here. Minus infinity and infinity will be there. Let me figure out few values. First of all, what are they? Minus 1, minus 2, minus 3 by 4, a lot of values are here. So that intersection part will be there. And then this value is also needed. Okay, so we'll do that. Minus 2 will be somewhere here. Let me begin with minus 2. Let me plot minus 1 as well. So minus 1 will be here. Now let's talk about few values. Few values means what? Minus 1 by 2, minus 9 by 10, minus 3 by 10, minus 3 by 4, right? 4 values I have. What 4 values? Minus 3 by 4, and then I have minus 1 by 2, right? Minus 3 by 4, minus 1 by 2, minus 9 by 10, and minus 3 by 10. I hope there is no confusion on that. So these 4 values I need to plot on the number scale so that I can get the final answer. Minus 3 by 4, minus 1 by 2, minus 9 by 10, minus 3 by 10, right? So best thing would be that if, let me write these two numbers as well, minus 2 and minus 1, so that I can compare all the 6 numbers. Best thing will be 10, 4, 2. What is the LCM of 10, 4, 2? Can it be 20? I think less than 20, nothing would be there because 5, 2, 2, 5 into 4. So 20 will be there. So I'm multiplying all the numbers by 20. I am multiplying all the numbers by 20 very quickly so that I can develop the idea. Although there could have been some other approaches, but that's the approach right now I can think of. So this is 5, 5 into 3 is minus 15. This is 10, so this is minus 10. This is 2, so this is minus 18. This is 2, so this is minus 6. This is minus 40 and this is minus 20. Right, so among these values, which one is the lowest? That's minus 40, minus 2 is there, right? Then minus 40, then I'll have less than minus 40, I'll have minus 20 because all the other values are this. So minus 20 is minus 1, that also we have written. Then I'll have minus 18, then I'll have minus 18. Minus 18 is minus 9 by 10. So this is your minus 9 by 10. Then after minus 18, I'll have minus 15. Minus 15 is minus 3 by 4. So this is your minus 3 by 4. I hope you're understanding. After minus 15, I'll have minus 10. That's minus 1 by 2. So I'm plotting minus 1 by 2 here. After minus 1 by 2, I think I'm left with only one value, which should be minus 6. That's minus 3 by 10 here. So that is minus 3 by 10 here. I hope there is no confusion on whatever I've done so far. Are you all there, listening, watching and understanding whatever I'm doing here? And how am I doing it all here? I hope you have done this possibly in the 5th standard, the comparison of fractions. Now here, what do I do next? I think first of all, minus infinity to minus 2. So this is your first part, and minus 3 by 4 to infinity. Minus 3 by 4 to infinity is this part. Right, this is your infinity and this is minus infinity. The next portion from here will be minus 1 to minus 1 by 2. So minus 1 to minus 1 by 2 will be this. That is also fine. And the next portion is minus 9 by 10. Minus 9 by 10 to minus 3 by 10. So minus 9 by 10 to minus 3 by 10 is this portion. So now if you look at the most common part, that will be this minus 3 by 4 to minus 1 by 2. Are you all there, listening, watching and understanding? So my part here, or my solution here, will be minus 3 by 4 to minus 1 by 2. That will be the final solution. So the final solution will be minus 3 by 4 to what? 2 to minus 1 by 2. Closed interval, open interval. From here, you can compare it with alpha and beta, and can you not mark the correct answer? Did you all understand it? It is again easy. You may call it moderate because of the calculation involved. Otherwise, I'll still call it easy. If you are conceptually strong, you could crack it in some moment. But I hope the entire approach is very well understood by you all. Can I move ahead with the next question? Towards the next question. Here, in a town of 10,000 families, let's go by percentages. We'll talk about the actual data later. Here. So, if I could plot it, I could plot its Venn diagram. What will I do or say here? So that's the universal set. And in this universal set, what is wrong with this board here? In this universal set, I have basically three sets. First type of families, then you have second types of families, and then there is a third category of families. Let's talk about that data now. Pay attention to this here. There are 10,000 families. Okay, so there are 10,000 families over here. Okay, let me talk in terms of percentages. So there is 100% population there. Now what are we told? It was found that 40% families buy newspaper A. So newspaper A is bought by, let's say, 40 families. 40% means 40 as of now. 20% family buy newspaper B. So newspaper B is purchased by 20% family, and 10% families buy newspaper C. So C newspaper is purchased by 10 families. 5% families buy A and B. So this section over here, this and this represents A and B. So A and B, both A and B is taken by what? 5. So this data over here, cumulative will be 5, which means this plus this will be 5. Are you listening this? Then 3% by B and C. So this plus this should be 3. And then 4% by A and C. So this and this will be 4. I hope there is no confusion on that. And 2% families buy all 3. So this is 2. So if this is 2, 5 minus 2 will be 3. 3 minus 2 will be 1. 4 minus 2 will be 2. I hope up to a large extent we have worked out a lot of things. And of course, few more things. For example, 43 to 2. So 4 plus 3 is 7. So 40 minus 7 is how much? 40 minus 7 is how much? 33. So this should be 33. Similarly, this and this can also be found, but let me read the question here. Let me read the question. Number of families which buy newspaper A only. Which buy newspaper A only. So newspaper A only is purchased by 33% family. This 33 is A only. This is only A and B. This is only A and C. This is all A, B and C. So this is only A, 33%. So I need to work out 33% of 10,000. That will be option B. Was it a really tough question? Will you not say that this was the easiest question of this mock? I hope you all must agree with that. Let's focus on the next question for the day. A light ray gets reflected from the line x is equal to -2. So if it is a line x is equal to -2, that means it is parallel to the y-axis, right? So there is a line which is parallel to the y-axis, right? So there is this line x is equal to -2. So this is getting reflected. If the reflected ray touches the circle x square plus y square is equal to 4. So when you look at this, I hope you can conclude that 0, 0 will be its center and 2 will be its radius. So if I try and locate it more appropriately, I'll say if there is a circle here, if there is a circle here, that circle will be touching this line, because if let's say this is origin 0, 0, that's the center of the circle, 2 distance on the left side of it, exact on the left hand side of it, the x minus 2, x is equal to -2, this line will be passing and touching it. Are you understanding it? So there, this is how things are happening. Now what are we told? The reflected ray is touching this circle. So if the line is getting reflected, give me a second students. Here, let's say the ray is coming like this. The ray is coming like this. And from this point, the ray is getting reflected. So the ray touches the circle like this. Do you all agree with this me? And we are told one more thing, that the point of incidence, that means here when the ray touches this line, this touches it at -2, 4. -2 is definitely going to be there. The y coordinate is also given as -4. Let me say that the slope of this line is m. If the slope of this line is m, can you help me with its equation? The reflected rays equation is going to be y minus y1 upon x minus x1 is equal to m. I hope you all must agree with this slope point form of this straight line. From here, I'll say mx minus y. Mx minus y plus 2m minus 4 is equal to 0 will be the equation of the reflected ray. From here, you need to tell me what do I have. I hope you know condition for tangency you could have applied, or even if you don't know that, what you will say is that, sir, from here, if I drop a perpendicular from the center of the circle, this should be equal to its radius, which is what? 2. So from 0, 0, the distance of this line, the perpendicular distance of this line. So power of 0, 0, 0, 0. So it is mod 2m minus 4 divided by under root over a square plus b square, that's m square plus 1, should be equal to r. The perpendicular distance of a line from a point should be r, that's 2. So to get rid of this mod and under root, the best thing is square both the sides. So when you square this, 2m minus 4 whole needs to be squared, and on the other side it will be 2 square, that is 4 times m square plus 1. Everyone understanding this comfortably? Now from here, I hope solving this quadratic is something really simple and easy, and with that you can write the correct option. But even if you don't get it, let me do it for you. So 2, when you take common, it becomes 4, and when you take this 4 out, m minus 2 is there, m minus 2 square is going to be m square plus 4 minus 4m. This 4 and this 4 are getting cancelled, and then what are we left with? We are left with 4m square plus 4. Just give me a quick confirmation. Are we going great? Are we all writing it correctly? I hope I'm not committing any calculation based error. So 4m square minus m square gives you 3m square. With that, minus 4m goes to the, I hope this 4 and this 4 are cancelled, so that's the best thing. So I think we are done. 3m square, then 4m is what we are left with. So that 4m becomes what? Plus 4m. Let me just see it again, because this 4 and this 4 are cancelled. 4m square minus m square is 3m square plus 4m. So when you take m common, you are left with what? 3m minus 4. So that gives you two values of m. So m could be either 0 or 4 by 3. I hope you all are realizing m cannot be 0, because if m is 0, the line will go like this and pass like this. So it will be both reflected and, coming ray. But what do we need here? We need m to be taken as 4 by 3. So when you take m as 4 by 3 and when you replace it here, you will get the final answer. I hope that job you can do. What you need to do is you can substitute m as 4 by 3 here. So your final answer, where shall I write this? Y plus 4 is equal to m, which is 4 by 3. So 3 comes here, 4 goes there. It is x plus 2. And that gives you what? 3y plus 12 is equal to 4x plus 8. I hope from here you are intelligent enough to write the correct option. I hope everyone is listening, understanding and watching it clearly. Can we move towards the next question, question number 11? Right now it is 20:40 in my screen. Let's resume the class. 20 means what? 8 o'clock. 8:45 will resume at. By the time you also take a break, then we'll resume the class by 8:45. Let me just have a break for some water. We'll continue in a while. Hello. Just give me a quick response in the comment box, students. Am I clearly audible and visible? Can you all hear me? Can we resume this session from here? I think this is something based on location of roots. I hope you all are pretty much aware of this. I'll classify it as easy, but if you are not aware of the concept, this question may become difficult or hard or moderate for you. The values of A for which this equation, what's wrong with this board? This equation has roots alpha and beta, that A is lying between alpha and beta. Now, first of all, we see that coefficient of x square is positive. That means it will be an upward facing parabola. And what we need is, it should have two roots. So, if it has two roots, between which a real number lies, so the roots should also be real, of course, then only you can compare three real numbers, because complex numbers or imaginary numbers cannot be compared. And there I'll say that if this A is there, for that only necessary and sufficient condition will be that f of A will be lying below the x-axis. And if f of A lies below the x-axis, what will you say? Can you help me in the comment box? I hope everybody must have written in the chat box that f of A should be negative. With that f of A should be negative, f of A means what? This is your f of x. F of A means 2a square, that is 2a square minus 2 into 2a plus 1 into a, and plus a times a minus 1. This should be negative. That's the only necessary and sufficient condition here. That's great, Kala Kaddu. Thank you so much. Why do you guys name yourself like this, Kala Kaddu? What inspired you to keep your your name like Kala Kaddu? Great. So here it will be what? What will it be? 2a square, 2a into 2a, that is 4a square, and 2a into 1, that is minus 2a, plus a square minus a should be negative. Correct me if I'm wrong. In terms of calculation, just keep an eye, keep observing. 2a square minus 4a square minus 2a plus a square minus a, right? So minus 4a plus 2a or plus a square, right? So minus 2a square plus a square is minus a square. I hope you have understood it. Minus 4 plus 2 is minus 2. Minus 2 plus 1 is minus 1. And then what are we left with? Minus 2a minus a. That is clearly minus 3a should be negative. From here, when you take minus a common, you are left with a minus 3. But when I have taken minus a common, students, the sign of the inequality changes because of that negative sign and it becomes positive. Are you all there? Again, the same issue, the same problem here. If this quadratic needs to be kept positive, it will be beyond the roots, lesser than the lesser root, greater than the greater root. So 0 and 3 are the two roots. So a should be less than 0 and it should be greater than 3. Less than 0 and greater than 3, I think option D should be the correct answer. Everybody understood this, or shall I tell you more correctly? Are you all there? I hope. Yes, I'm making a mistake here. Option D will not be the correct answer. Just hold on for a while. It should have been plus 3 basically when you take minus a common. So with that, two roots are going to be 0 and minus 3. So lesser root will be minus 3 and greater root be 0. Yes, nobody corrected me. So here with this, less than minus 3 greater than 0 will be option C. I hope we can now move ahead with the next question from here. The next question is actually 4 questions. So you could call it easy, but I'll call it moderate or rather tough because it is a combination of 4 questions. So to solve this, you got to solve 4 questions. Of course, it depends on the options as well, because if you look at the options, with the options you could crack that which are to be marked. First of all, if I look at for I, 3 options give me Q, only one of the options give me T. So if I check it for the first one and if I don't get Q, my answer will be option A. So with the basis of the options, you can eliminate and get the answer more quickly. You need not solve all the 4. I hope you're understanding it. You could look for the unique ones, right? Everyone is there listening, watching and understanding this. So let me try and work on first of all. So first one is the one which we need to solve. So suppose ABCD is a trapezium whose sides and heights are integers. Remember, sides and height, all the 4 sides and height are integers. We are told AB and CD are parallel if the area of ABCD is 12. So area of this trapezium is said to be 12. Then the sides are distinct. Okay, a lot of information is there. So let me try and form this trapezium first of all. When I try to form this trapezium, let me try and form this trapezium like this. I hope I can form this trapezium like this. So I am deliberately forming this trapezium like this, although it is not necessary that this is how the trapezium could be or would be formed, but let me take it like this and let me see whether the possibility gets fulfilled or not, the possibility of fulfilling all the conditions over here. What is the area here? So I am told that there is a trapezium, so A, B, C, D could be kept like this first of all, because AB and CD are parallel, so they are parallel. And this would definitely be the height of this trapezium. So I am dropping a perpendicular here. I hope you are getting it. So this perpendicular will be here, the height here. Right. Now what? The area. How do we write the area? Area is half into sum of the parallel sides. So that is AB plus CD times height. And that area is given to be 12. So with this 12 into come in picture, I can say that 12 into 2 will be 24. So I need this product to be 24. Now 24 as a product of two numbers I can attain in multiple ways. If I take it as 24 and 1, I could take it like this. So there are multiple options. 24 and 1 or 12 into 2 or lesser than 12 what? 8 into 3 or what? 6 into 4. Other than I don't think any other possibility is there. I hope you are understanding it. With this thing coming into picture, now I need to take the values in such a manner that all the values remain distinct. Distinct means the sides, all the four sides along with the heights. And they are distinct and they are integers. So I need to take integral values. Great. Swagat, I welcome you in this class. So if I continue further, what do I do here? 24 and 1. So if I take height to be 1, because you cannot take AB plus CD to be 1, because if you are taking AB plus CD to be 1, in that case the sum of two integers cannot be 1, so that is not there. Similarly, AB plus CD cannot be 2, because AB plus CD if you are taking as 2, then AB and CD will be 1 each. In that case they'll become equal, so that is also not a possibility. That's great. Tigers of 4455. Now coming back to my discussion here, coming back to the discussion we are having, it is basically an intuition based question where you need to think a lot. So here 24, right? So H I am taking as 1, let's say, for a while. So if I go with this first case, so if I take H as 1, 24, how will I write 24? 24 as a sum of two numbers. So 24 as a sum of two numbers, which will be this and this. Now there are multiple options, but there is one more case, that here I am seeing a possibility of Pythagoras coming into picture. I repeat, I am seeing the possibility of Pythagoras coming into picture, and that Pythagorean triplet I am seeing with 8 and 3. Why am I saying so? Have patience. I'll tell you why 8 and 3 fulfills that criteria of giving me a Pythagorean triplet. See, if I take this 3 as the height, so this 3 will be height. So 3, 4, 5 Pythagorean triplet come into picture. So if I now introduce 3, 4, 5, how will I do that? So 5 will be the hypotenuse. So without any hesitation, I can say that this could be 5. I hope you all are there. But with that 3 and 5 there coming into picture, now I need, what do I need? 3 we have taken. So first of all, let me tell you, 8 and 3 I have taken. And when I take 8, this data I am taking as 8, this data I am taking as 3. I hope there is no confusion on that. Are you all there? So AB plus CD I am taking as 8, right? So this sum should be 8. Here, if I keep only this data to be 4, in that case, this is 4, this sum should be 8. Now to keep this sum to be 8, what can I keep or do here? If I take this as 1, then this will be 3, and this is 3. Yes, that is completely fine, because sides are distinct. Thank you so much, Kala Kaddu. Thank you so much for that compliment. I repeat my part. This 5, and this 5, yes, there is a problem. I cannot take it as 5 here. But if I take it as 4, the sum needs to be 8. AB plus CD. So if this I have taken as 4, can I take it as 2? So if I take it as 2, 2 plus 4 is 6, 6 plus 2 will be 8. Yes, I can take it as 8. Because in that, I think the condition is getting fulfilled. What do I mean by that? I repeat my part. Here, if this is 3, this can also be taken parallel and equal to this. I think I am able to form a trapezium. Why? Because sum of the parallel sides, 4 plus 2 is 6. 6 plus 2 is 8. So AB plus CD is becoming 8 into height. Height I have taken as 3. With that, I am seeing totally and absolutely different length of all the 4 sides. Why? Because this is 4 plus 2, 6. This is 3. This is 2 and this is 5. So I think there's no problem with the length of the sides. They all are distinct. They all are integers. Second thing, I am seeing the height also to be integer. Because with height, Pythagoras will come into picture. So that 8 into 3 pair is also one of those, or is only one of those pairs which is fulfilling the idea here, so that all the 4 sides along with the height remain integral and all the 4 sides are having distinct lengths. I hope you can see 2, 3, 5 and 6. So I think all the conditions are fulfilled. So this question was more on intuition side. More ideation or more creation was needed here, more innovation was needed there. So what are we asked? AB minus CD, AB minus CD. So AB minus CD, so that AB and CD have this part same, only difference will be 4, and that liberty I had, because I could take it like any way, but all I needed was just the sum should be 8. So I could take it in any manner. So with that coming into picture, I think AB minus CD, so this 2 and this 2 is already eliminated, you are left with 4, and that 4 plus 1 will be 5, and 5 gives you Q. So for first it should be Q. For first it should be Q, which means option A is discarded and all the 2, 3 and 4 are given Q. Now the best part is second one PTR, second one is PTR, so all are unique. So I think I need not solve it for 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, although to make you conceptually aware of the idea here, I'll definitely do it. But I'll definitely tell you the answer in the next step, which you all can. Prathmesh Prashant Vargane is saying, sir, 2027 JEE student, 11th. For backlog, we are releasing the one-shots of 11th and 12th both. You can watch our one-shots. I hope that will do the justice. With those one-shots, we are giving you the handwritten notes through which you can definitely revise, through which you can definitely make notes. Yes, I'm focusing upon you as well. And the third thing here will be that we are providing you the free DPPs as well for your practice, which you can definitely solve so that you can consolidate them at absolutely no cost. Here, coming back to this discussion, let's work on the second here. So y is equals to 2 is the directrix and 0, 1 be the vertex of the parabola. So y is equals to 2. What do I mean by y is equals to 2? I think the job is absolutely done. If you know, y is equals to 2 means what? The line parallel to the x-axis. So let's say this here is the x-axis. This over here is the x-axis. So this could be a line parallel to the x-axis. And if I could draw a line parallel to the y-axis, it could be this. So these are your x-axis and y-axis. I hope you are understanding it. This is the x-axis, this here is the y-axis, that's your 0, and that's the line. I'm really sorry, what was it? It was y is equals to 2. Yes, so we are going great. This is the line parallel to the x-axis. Comfortably understanding this much information. From here, what am I told? 0, 1 be the vertex of the parabola. So 0, 1. So this could be 0, 0. This could be 0, 2. So this exactly, the midpoint here will be 0, 1. And why have I drawn this parabola like this? Because this is the directrix, so it will be like this only. You need to be more specific, Pratmesh. Keep writing it in the comment box. I'll see what can or how can we help you with that in all possible manners under our limited capacities. Just write all the concerns you have in a very much detailed format. I'll go through your concerns and then definitely try to suggest you something. I'll definitely try to do that. Now getting back to the discussion we all were having, I hope this is the standard parabola. The parabola, which is x square is equals to 4ay kind of format, but it is facing downward, so it should be x square is equals to minus 4ay. But the problem here is that here the vertex is not 0, 0, the vertex is 0, 1. So it should be x minus 0 whole square is equals to minus 4a, y minus 5, I hope you remember that. What about a? Sir, we know that this distance is clearly 1, this distance is clearly 1, so a is clearly going to be 1. I hope 0 comma 0. So A can be taken as 1 or should be taken as 1 or would be taken as 1. So that will be the parabola. Through basic intuition only you could conclude it. So with this, when you simplify this, this is x square minus 4y plus 4 is equal to 0. Why am I saying this is equal to 0? This is x square is equals to minus 4y plus 4. Now, how are we given this equation? Everything is on the one side. So it should be x square plus 4y minus 4 is equals to 0. From here, when you compare the things, lambda and mu, coefficient of y in constant term. So this is lambda, mu is minus 4, 4 minus 4 because no, lambda minus mu. So 4 minus minus 4, that's 8. So for 2 it should be r. For 2 it should be r, which means option D will be the correct answer. Now let's focus on third and fourth as well to make ourselves. Okay, thank you so much Tiger for that, but still if there is a genuine concern there, we would definitely help a person or a student there. Even if it goes in vain, somebody watching this may get benefited who is definitely facing the issue. Now look at the third case. Although we have gotten the answer, but we are still working this out. The number of normals to a hyperbola, we are releasing Sangeeta, we are releasing the one shots on that. A very intensive, comprehensive and very effective one shots on conic in 3 parts. Ellipse, parabola and hyperbola, all 3 distinctly. Great, Kalakaddu, I'll do that. I think I have shared you the feedback or the right line of action on that, Sangeeta. Coming back to this discussion, number of normals to the hyperbola which can touch its conjugate. Now focus on this particular one. I'll definitely tell you the approach. I'll not solve it completely, just to make you understand. Let's say I take a hyperbola like this. Xy is equals to c square. So for this hyperbola, its conjugate we all know is going to be xy is equals to minus c square. So if I take a point randomly lying on this hyperbola, it will be ct comma c by t, because ct into c by t will be c square. I hope you know that. Now I can write the equation of normal to this hyperbola. Either you know the standard equation of this rectangular hyperbola, normal to this rectangular hyperbola, or if you don't know, you can use calculus. Calculus means what? You differentiate it, then you find dy by dx. You find dy by dx at this point, that will be the slope of the tangent. You take its negative reciprocal, that will be slope of the normal. So through that you can find the slope of the normal. Once you have found the slope of the normal, you have the point through which the normal passes, which means you can write the equation of the normal. You can write the equation of the normal. Now once you have written the equation of the normal, what is the question? Number of normals to the hyperbola which can touch its conjugate. So this normal is touching its conjugate, which means now when you solve this normal with its conjugate, this will be an equation in x, y, c and t. This will be also an equation in x, y and c. So when you solve these 2 equations, you will be seeing an equation getting formed in t and x or t or y. C will also be there, but that's an arbitrary constant, which is not a matter of concern here. But the variables, if I talk about C, is basically a parameter, so that is also a variable here. So I'll be having, now when I solve these 2 equations, equation of normal and equation of curve, one of the variables x and y, x or y will get eliminated. So I'll be having an equation which will be having a variable, let's say x, t, and of course C, which is the arbitrary constant, so I need not bother about this. So let's say I am seeing an equation in x, t and c, of course c is your arbitrary constant. But here, please understand, this normal touches this hyperbola, which means the number of solutions of that equation should be 1, because it is the tangent here. So you will be seeing a quadratic coming into picture. And when you see the quadratic coming into picture, you will say, sir, the discriminant of that quadratic should be 0. When you see or say that discriminant of quadratic will be 0, you will be seeing an equation in t. You will be seeing with d is equal to 0, with the discriminant of that quadratic put equal to 0, you will be seeing an equation in t, and when you solve that equation in t, you will finally get the answer. Tell me in the comment box, do you want me to solve it completely, or have you understood this approach? Can I move ahead with that? Will you try it by yourself now? Even if you are not able to do so, definitely write it. I'll definitely get it done, even after this session through a video. Pratmesh, the PDFs are there on our PW app, you need to log in there and you can download them there, or it is available on our WhatsApp channel as well in the link. Yes, the notes in the link of this video, the description, in the description the link is given, the link to our WhatsApp channel through which you can follow us, the WhatsApp channel, and there we provide all the links. Now, moving ahead with the third or the fourth question, this is also something I'll definitely share you the approach only. The normal to the point P theta to this ellipse. So there is an ellipse. So one of the methods is you learn or memorize all the standard normals and tangents to the ellipse, parabola and hyperbola, and even if you don't, you can use calculus. What do I mean by calculus here? You differentiate it here, you differentiate, and then you, I hope you understand, parametrically a point on an ellipse can be taken as, see here the ellipse is given by x square upon 14 plus, that's good tiger, that's good, that's good, that's great kala kaddu. So here it will be y square upon 5 is equal to 1. So this is y square upon 5 is equal to 1. So that's your ellipse, right? So here a is under root 14, b is root 5. So here any point parametrically can be taken as a cos theta, comma b sin theta. So root 14 cos theta, comma root 5 sin theta. Now you differentiate it once. In that derivative, in that dy by dx, you pass these points. You find dy by dx, that is the slope of the tangent. You take its negative reciprocal so that you find its normal, the slope of the normal, that is negative reciprocal of dy by dx. At which point? At this point p theta. I hope no one is confused with this conclusion I have given so far. Now, once you have found the slope of the normal, point is there, normal is there, can you not write the equation of the normal? Can you not write the equation of the normal from here? Now, once you have written the equation of the normal, what are we told? It intersects again at this point q2 theta. Now, what I need to do is that here, what is q2 theta? Q2 theta will be, I hope you are understanding, q2 theta will be root 14 cos 2 theta, comma root 5 sin 2 theta. Now, in that equation of the normal, since that equation of the normal passes through this curve again at 2 theta, parametrically that's 2 theta, which means this point must be lying on that equation of the normal. So that coordinate should satisfy the equation of the normal. That coordinate q should satisfy the equation of the normal. So when you do so, you will find a trigonometric equation coming into picture in theta, of course, and when you solve that, you will get the final answer. You will definitely see a quadratic coming into picture. You will be seeing two values of cos theta coming into picture, but when you see two values of cos theta, one of the values will be beyond its range, so that value will get discarded, and the second value, other value, that will lie between -1 and 1, so that value should be accepted, and accordingly you can mark the correct answer. Tell me if you did not understand the approach. I'll definitely explain it again with the proper explanation, but since we have already gotten the answer with first and second, I have simply made you understand the approaches for the third and fourth, but still if you want to understand it conceptually, I'll definitely explain it. Can I move ahead from here? Now from this question, let's solve the next question here. What is that going to be? 20 lines are drawn in a plane, something really simple. The easiest question again, one of the easiest questions of this paper. In a plane such that no two of them are parallel and no three are concurrent, which means no two of them are parallel, no three of them are concurrent, which means there will be no scenario where you will be seeing no point of intersection between two lines, nor there will be any scenario where you will be seeing three lines intersecting at only one point. So these were the cases which could have made our problem more complicated, which they have already excluded, which means all the lines, any two lines when you take, what's wrong with this board? Any two lines when you take would definitely be intersecting at one point. So how many lines do I have? 20. And if I wish to figure out the point of intersection, take any two lines, because with any two lines, I'll be seeing one point of intersection. So out of 20 lines, the number of ways in which two lines can be selected, that will give you the total number of points of intersection. That is the answer which you all are pretty good at exploring. 20 into 19 by 2. 10 into 90, 190. That's option A. That's great, Kala Kaddu. I'm glad that you could answer it. Next question. Z1, Z2, Z3 are three complex numbers such that their modulus is 1. So mod Z1, mod Z2, mod Z3 is 1. So with that, can I say mod Z1 square will also be 1? We know mod Z square is ZZ bar. So with that, I can say Z1 bar is equal to 1. With that, can I say that Z1 bar will be 1 upon Z1? The same will be true for Z2. Z2 bar will be 1 upon Z2. Z3 bar will be 1 upon Z3. Do you all agree with this on me? So I think the question is absolutely done. 1 upon Z2 plus 1 upon Z3 plus 1 upon Z1 plus 1 upon Z2 plus 1 upon Z3. If I simply work on this idea, what is 1 upon Z1? 1 upon Z1 I can replace by Z1 bar. 1 upon Z2 I can replace by Z2 bar. 1 upon Z3 I can replace by Z3 bar, and that value we are given as 1. We know conjugate can be splitted over addition or subtraction, so I can write it as conjugate of Z1 plus Z2 plus Z3. So it will be conjugate of Z1 plus Z2 plus Z3. So conjugate and modulus are interchangeable, which means conjugate of modulus of a complex number or modulus of conjugate of a number are same, so I can do that. But here we are told that this value here we are given as 1, which means this value should also be 1. And here, if there is a complex number whose mod of the conjugate is 1, that means the modulus of that complex number will also be 1, because we know that whatever is the modulus of a complex number, the same modulus is there for its conjugate as well. Even the same modulus is there for its negative as well. Even the same modulus is there for its negative conjugate as well. I hope you know this. So conjugate of mod of Z1 plus Z2 plus Z3 will be equal to Z1 plus Z2 plus Z3's mod as well, which is going to be nothing but 1. And that is your correct answer to this question, option A. I hope it was easy. It was even not moderate. How many of you got it right? Do write in the comment box. How many of you cracked it or understood it or got the idea or this approach even in the mind without even solving this question, that something like this is needed to be done? This is again a very interesting question. We are told that x is between 1 and 9. I'll say easy, but if the right approach doesn't strike, you may call it moderate, but it is definitely an easy question. Here, GIF of x square should be equal to GIF of y cube. So we know this will be an integer, this will be an integer. So an integer's square is equal to another integer's cube. When is it possible? And in this range, when x is from 1 to 9. So first of all, if I take x as 1, so 1 square should be equal to an integer's cube, that is 1. I hope there is no confusion on that. So first of all, first pair will be 1 and 1. I repeat, if I take GIF of x as 1, then its square will be equal to GIF of y cube when x and y, GIF of x and GIF of y both are 1, 1 each. Everyone with me on this? I hope there is no confusion on that. Do you all agree with this idea? There is no confusion on that front as well. But remember, x is beginning with 1, mind you everyone. X is not less than 1, no problem with that. Can I take x as 2? GIF of x as 2. So 2 square is 4. So do we have any integer whose cube is 4? No. So I need to discard this possibility. Are you there listening, watching and understanding? Now let's take GIF of x as 3. 3 square is 9. I don't see any number whose cube is 9. 4 square is 16. No number is there whose cube is 16. 5 square is 25. No. 6 square is 36. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? 6 square is what? 6 square is 36. No number is there whose cube is 36. 7 square, no. 8 square is 64. 8 square is 64. 8 square is 64. And 4 cube is also 64. And 4 cube is also 64. Are you all listening there? Listening and understanding it? So I think no other value could satisfy it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Just with hit and trial, can you help me with these? I hope you all must have understood how did I do that or how did I select it. But this is not x and y. These are GIF of x and y. Okay, that's fine. So with that, let's say this is the y-axis and this here is the x-axis. Right. Now, for what values of x will I get GIF of x as 1? I'll say that, sir, let's say if this is 0 and if this is 1, I'll say 1, 1.1, 1.2 until 1.9. I'll see all of those values will be having their GIF as 1. So I will be taking all the values from 1 to 2 on the x-axis. What about y-axis? Sir, I need to take all the values from 1 to 2. So on the y-axis also I'll be taking all the values from 1 to 2. So for all the x which are between 1 to 2, y's are also between 1 to 2, which means what? If I take x as 1.5, y could be any value between 1 and 2. So here, what I'm trying to make you understand is, let me highlight this part first, then I'll tell you why did I do this. I am taking all these values here. I am taking all these values here. Which values? On the x-axis between 1 and 2 and on the y-axis between 1 and 2. You take any point between in this square or in this square here. Let's say this point is 1.4 comma 1.6. So the GIF of 1.4 is 1, GIF of 1.6 is 1. So 1 square is 1 cube. Are you able to understand this? So all these points here will be definitely an acceptable pair, forming an acceptable pair. All these points mean was this is square. This square means what? This square is having length 1, height 1 or width 1. 1 into 1 is 1. So the area of this square is 1. I think I need not tell you where would that other square lie. Can you help me with that? I hope there will be a number 8 somewhere here, but for this 4 there will be a number 4 comma 5 here. I hope you have understood this very clearly, that between 8 and 9 and 4 comma 5 on the x-axis, hold on for a while, between 8 and 9 and 4 comma 5 on the y-axis, I'll be seeing another square. I hope I have written it correctly and properly, and that again will be that acceptable values here which will be giving us the answer here. So that square is also having the same area 1, this square is also having the same area 1, so 1 plus 1 means 2 will be the correct or the final answer. Shall I re-explain this question? Have you understood this? Was it not interesting? It wasn't lengthy. I would say a tricky question. It is of course not a tricky question, anybody would crack it if they know the basics. So tricky would be a bad word here. Basic and easy, decent question it is if you know the nuances of mathematics. Can I move ahead with the next question here? Again, transformation of graphs, if you know, you can crack this question within seconds. Sine inverse of mod of x. Can you help me with the graph of sine inverse x? So if I ask you to draw the graph of sine inverse x, I hope you remember this. The points here will be what? It will not be minus pi by 2 to pi by 2. The points here on the x-axis will be minus 1 to 1. I hope you remember that. And here it will be from minus pi by 2 to pi by 2. So if I ask you to draw the graph of sine inverse x, you will say that, sir, here it goes like this. I hope you remember it. But this is not sine inverse of x, it is sine inverse of mod of x. So whatever part of this graph is there on the positive side of x-axis, that gets reflected in the y-axis. Do you remember that? So here, this part over here gets reflected like this. This here is going to be the graph of sine inverse of mod of x. I hope transformation of graphs you all understand. From functions, we have studied these basics. Now, moving ahead with modulus of cos inverse x. Now, first of all, let me try and draw the graph of cos inverse of x. So there you see a point pi. So at pi, it is at pi, cos pi is minus 1. And of course, cos 0 is 1 and cos pi by 2 is 0. So we know that the graph of cos x goes like this. Sorry, the graph of cos inverse x goes like this. So even if I draw it for mod of cos inverse x, it is already above the x-axis. Whatever part was there below the y-axis, that was needed to be reflected, but that is not there at all. So even for cos inverse x or mod of cos inverse x, the graph remains same. And if the graph remains the same, the number of solutions, so they are here clearly intersecting at only one point. So number of solutions will be 1. Was it again not an easy, absolutely easy question? Let's focus on the next question from here. The coordinates of one of the points on this line, which is at a distance of 3 units from this point. Now, can you help me in taking a point parametrically on this line? Something really simple. So I'll again say this is an easy question, but some calculation might make it difficult or lengthy, but it is not. So here if I put it equal to lambda, any point on this line can be taken as 2 lambda plus 1, 3 lambda minus 2 and 6 lambda plus 3. Now what are we told? What are we told? That the point lying on this line having distance 3 from this point. So x2 minus x1, 2 lambda plus 1 minus 1, that is 2 lambda whole square plus y2 minus y1, so 3 lambda minus 2 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 3 lamb minus minus 2, that's 3 lambda whole square, plus z2 minus z1, so 6 lambda plus 3 minus 3, that's 6 lambda whole square inside an under root. That distance should be 3, so if I square both these sides, it becomes 9 and under root gets vanished. Are you all there? With this idea coming into picture, I think we are almost done with this question. 4, 9 and 36. So I think that's 49. That's 49. Lambda square should be 9. So lambda will be plus minus 3 by 7. Correct me if I'm wrong. Lambda will be plus minus 3 by 7. So if lambda is plus minus 3 by 7, you put lambda as 3 by 7 once, and then minus 3 by 7 is once. And when you put lambda as plus 3 by 7 and minus 3 by 7, you get one of the options. Do I need to do it from here? All you need to do is put lambda as 3 by 7 once here and then minus 3 by 7. You will get one of the options. Was it a moderate question? Even a moderate question? It clearly was not. Moving towards the next question from here. This question is again an easy one if you know the basics. Why and how? Let's work it out. It says vector v1 and vector v2 represent two perpendicular. The moment somebody says perpendicular, their dot will be 0. Dot means what? 3 into 2, 6. A into 1 minus A minus B into 1 minus B should be 0. That gives me A plus B to be 6. Something like this should be concluded within seconds. Now, of a triangle, so there is a right angle triangle because these two vectors are of course perpendicular. This is your vector v1 and this is your vector v2. I hope there is no confusion on that. What are we told next? That A and B are whole numbers. Okay, that's perfectly fine. Then the maximum possible area of this triangle. Well, that happens when, okay, let me solve this first. I hope half base into height, right angle triangle. No, tigers, questions are, I'm not making easy, they are actually easy. How can I make them easy? Always remember the basic fact. If you know the concepts, the questions are easy. If you don't know, the question becomes difficult. Even this happens at this stage as well with me right now. Even with some questions I struggle sometimes because struggling means there could be a decent approach there, which you can always apply. But there is something hidden, something tricky, something really out of the box. If you could think of something like that, you can crack those questions within seconds. So always remember, while solving questions, while practicing questions at this stage, you should definitely think of something additional with the options, with more concepts, with more ideas, with more chapters. If some other thing could be clubbed from another chapter, which is definitely not even mentioned there, then many times you could bring something really out of the box on the table, and that will make you solve that question within seconds. In our batches, a lot of students do that, and we hope that you also do that or develop that. In the real examination hall, you may not be able to think like that, but even while practicing, you should practice this habit, developing this habit. I hope you got my point. With this, here, V2, the mod of V2, base into height, height will be 4 plus 1 plus 1, that is clearly root 6, correct me if I'm wrong. And V1 will be under root over 9 plus A square plus B square, so 9 plus A square plus B square. Now when you talk about that sum of A plus B is defined, which is 6. Yes, Himanshu, pada lo. Yes, study. So when I wish to keep this area to be maximized, half base into height, base is going to be this and height is going to be root 6. Now this base into height will be maximum when this is maximized. So A square plus B square, either you use maxima or minima, or you use the basic idea that sum is given as 6. So A square plus B square needs to be maximized. That happens when A and B both are equal. When A and B both are equal. So A and B both are equal means what? A and B both can be taken as 3. So 3 square is 9, 3 square is 9, 9, 9, 9. 3 into 9. So that is 3 root 3. I hope I need not tell you how did I get it. Everyone with me on this? I think with that you can mark the correct option and you can get the final answer, which I need not. Can I move ahead from here? The next question. All I'll say is that basic idea is needed and you could crack this question within seconds. Why? Because let's say I replace this e to the power x by t, then you all will say that e to the power x dx will be dt. But what is the point of doing this? Here, first of all, e to the power dx becomes dt, and in the denominator you will have 1 minus cos 2t by 3. I hope there is no confusion on that. What about limits? Limits means what? Ln pi is your lower limit. So e to the power ln pi is your lower limit. So e to the power ln pi means what? Pi. So that's your, sorry, upper limit. And what about lower limit? Ln pi minus ln 2. So e to the power ln pi minus ln 2 is ln pi by 2. Log m minus log n. Log m by n. So that is pi by 2. So that's your lower limit. I hope there is no problem with that. Sir, how do we integrate this part? 1 minus cos 2 theta. 1 minus cos 2 theta is going to be pi by 2 to pi is already there. I'll be writing it as 2 sine square theta. So if this is 2 theta, theta will be t by 3. So that's t by 3 and that's dt. This goes in the numerator, becomes cos square t by 3. Yes, that also we can do, Kalakaddu. That is perfectly fine. Nothing wrong in that. Eventually both will give you the same result. Yes, that could also be done. That's great, you have suggested it. So here I think it will be 1 by 2. This will be cosec square t by 3. So it is pi by 2 to pi, and there you have cosec square t by 3. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now I think you know the integration of cosec square theta is minus cot theta. So here, how do I write the final answer? It will be minus cot t by 3. With this t by 3 having 1 by 3 as its coefficient, so I got to divide it by 1 by 3. I hope you understand it. So 1 by 2 by 1 by 3, that's 3 by 2. So there will be 3 by 2 here outside, and the limits are going to be pi by 2 to pi, which I need not tell you how to put. Once you do cot pi by 3 and then you'll do cot pi by 2 by 3, you know how to put the upper limit and lower limit, and with that you can get the answer. So can I move ahead with this? Can I move ahead with this towards the next question for the day? What does it say? The solution of this differential equation. The solution of this differential equation. I hope I can push this on the left and right hand side. So I'll have x square plus 1 dy by dx is equal to negative of whole of y square plus 1. Everyone with me on this? What I do is I push this and this on the other side, this here on the left hand side. So I'll have dy by y square plus 1 like this, and I'll have negative of dx by x square plus 1 like this. Correct me if I'm wrong. And now if I integrate it on both sides, we know 1 upon x square plus a square is tan inverse x upon a, 1 upon a tan inverse. Mostly yes, that is something really simple. So you all can say yes, if I classify it, it is easy. What about the previous question? That was easy, we have already marked it. So it will be tan inverse y is equals to minus tan inverse x plus c, and you can mark the correct option. This is something simple, easy, moderate. You can crack if you know the basics. I'll say easy, but some calculation or length may make it moderate, but it is not. How? Here, let's write or try to write its nth term. So in its nth term, what is happening? 1 cube plus 2 cube plus 3 cube in the numerator. So that is sum of n natural numbers, sum of cubes of n natural numbers, and that is given by n plus 1 by 2 whole square. Do you remember that? Divided by, in the denominator, what is happening? In the denominator, what is happening? So I'll say the denominator is also pretty sorted. The sum of first n odd numbers. I hope you know that. That is n square. 1, 4, 9. So that is always n square. So if I were to simplify this n square and this n square are cancelled. In the numerator, it is n plus 1 whole square. So that is n square plus 2n plus 1. I hope you all are listening and understanding. In the denominator, it is 4. So that is the nth term. If I put summation, I'll get the sum of n terms. I hope it was easy. So sum of n terms, but sum of first 8 terms is needed. So that is summation. Summation can be splitted over addition. So 1 by 4 being constant stays outside, and you have summation n square plus 2 times summation n plus summation of 1. Did you understand it? Summation can be splitted. What happened, Kala? I got it changed in the paper. Okay, I think then that needs to be resolved. I'll definitely work it out. And the question which you faced in the paper, I'll definitely discuss that also. I'll create a shot on that. Just write it in the actual comment box, not on this in this live chat. That sir, for question number 21, give us the solution. Yes, I got your point. Just write in the chat box that give us the solution to question number 21, and I'll definitely make a video or share the solution in the WhatsApp group. I hope you know how to access the WhatsApp group. I'll definitely share its solution in the WhatsApp group. I hope you'll do that just to Keep it as a reminder for me. So here I hope you know how to write the summation n square, summation n, summation 1. So when you do that, that 1 by 4 stays outside times summation n square. I hope you know n plus 1, 2n plus 1 by 6. So that is n is what? 8, n plus 1 is 9, 2n plus 1, 16 plus 1 is 17 divided by 6. Everyone with me on this? Plus 2 times summation n is n plus 1 by 2, n is 8, so 8 into 9 divided by 2, plus summation 1, so there are 8 terms, so 1 is added 8 times, gives you 8. With this, I hope you wouldn't struggle in finding the final answer. Can you do that by yourself? I hope I can skip or leave it here. With that, let's try and solve the next question from here. Something really simple and easy. Everybody must have attempted or done this bonus question. Why am I calling bonus? Because the statistics, formula based chapter, and you all should crack this question. In the real examination hall also, JEE asks simple and easy questions from statistics, and you should be able to solve those questions based on that chapter. So from here, if I could try and tell you the answer, calculation can you do by yourself? We know variance here will be given by summation xi square by n minus summation xi by n whole square. So number of observations are 60. So we are given everything, you just needed to put the data here. Summation xi square is what? 18,000 divided by what? Number of observations minus sum of all the observations, 900 by 60 whole square. Can you do it from here? Will you do it from here? That's great, Kala Kaddu. Moving ahead. By the way, can you tell us your actual name, Kala Kaddu? I hope I haven't skipped any question. Yes, this is your next question. One of the diameters of this circle is a chord of this circle. Great. How many of you have done it in the real examination hall, in the mock, of course? So this circle has its diameter. Let's say this circle has this as one of its diameter. And we are told that one of the diameters of this circle is a chord to one of the circles. So this is behaving as a chord to this circle. I hope it is understandable here. It is completely and very much understandable here without any confusion or hesitation. Let me bring it here. Right. Now, of course, this would not be there that the center of this circle would be lying on this other circle. No, that is coincidentally happening over here. But now what am I told? The diameter of this circle. This is a typo here. This v should not be there. So this should be minus 2 root 2x minus 6 root 2y plus 14. Right. So from here, the negative half are going to be what? Root 2 and 3 root 2. Correct me if I'm wrong. The negative half are going to be root 2 and 3 root 2. So they are going to be the centers here. So if I denote it by, let's say, C, this here is your C, right? Is a chord of this circle. Which circle? This circle, which has the center as 2 root 2 and 2 root 2. I hope you can see it there. 2 root 2 comma 2 root 2. Right. Now from here, I can say that this C, we already know what are the coordinates of C, root 2 comma 3 root 2. So can you find the distance between C and C dash? This distance here. Can you find the length of this chord? Can you not find the radius of this circle? Now, length of this chord means the radius of this circle, half of the diameter. So radius of this circle will be root 2 square is 2, 3 root 2 is what? 9 into 2, that's 18 minus 14. 100 over g square plus f square minus c. So that gives you 18 plus 2. 18 plus 2 is what? 18 plus 2 is 20. 20 minus 14 is 6. So that is root 6. So here, this radius of this circle is going to be root 6. So I think Pythagorean triplet or Pythagoras can be applied. Now I'll find CC dash, this distance. So 2 root 2 minus root 2 is root 2. Root 2 square is 2 plus 2 root 2 minus 3 root 2 is minus root 2 minus root 2 square is 2. And with that under root. So this is 4. 4 is what? 2. So this length is 2. So this length is 2. This length is root 6. Can I not find this? I hope the question is completely done, because here I think I'm committing any mistake, because no, we are asked r square. Yes, so the job is done. So when you wish to figure out r square, that will be this square plus this square. So 4 plus 6. 4 plus 6 will be 10. How many of you got this? Shall I re-explain this? Shall I re-explain this? Just give me a second, students. I'll be back in a moment. Just give me a quick response. Am I clearly audible and visible, students? I hope the voice is going great. I must be very clearly audible and visible. Yes. Continuing further or coming back here? Just give me a second here, right? Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, you haven't told me your actual name. Thank you so much, Tiger. I hope you have understood this question. I need not re-explain this. Next question here. First of all, what I'll say here is that I hope with the determinants, we can write it as a sum or difference of two determinants. So if I try and do so, this ABC stays there, this A cube, B cube, C cube stays there, and that A to the power 4, B to the power 4 and C to the power 4 goes there. With this, I'll have plus another determinant which is again ABC, this A cube, B cube, C cube, and this minus 1, minus 1, minus 1, which I'm writing as plus 1, plus 1, plus 1, and that minus I'm taking common from that column, and that we are given as 0. Now after this, I hope you all must have studied this, that these are those determinants which are cyclic in nature and their expansions are told to be learned by you. I have shared all the standard determinants whose expansions you must have at your fingertips. So if I tell you again the expansion of this determinant, first of all, you can take A common from the first row, B common from the second row, and C common from the third row. With that ABC coming common from the first, second and third row, it will be 1A square and A cube. I hope you are getting it. It will be 1A square and A cube. It will be 1B square and B cube. It will be 1C square and C cube. I hope there is no confusion on that. With this, when you expand this one, ABC is of course there. When you expand this particular determinant, it turns out as A minus B, B minus C, C minus A times AB plus BC plus CA. I hope you all are there. Any confusions on that? And this you already know, 1, 1, 1, A, B, C, A cube, B cube, C cube. That also we have learned. That is always A minus B, B minus C, C minus A times A plus B plus C. Even if you are not aware of it, try and learn this at this stage. Don't forget it now. This determinant when expanded looks like this. This determinant when expanded looks like this. This will save a lot of time. This will definitely save a lot of time of yours in the real examination hall. So AB minus AB, A minus B, B minus C, C minus A minus B, B minus C, C minus A can be taken common because they are different. So that cannot be 0 and that can be nullified here. So I'll be left with ABC times AB plus BC plus CA minus A plus B plus C. That's exactly what we need to figure out, and that is nothing but what? 0. Easy it was. Nothing difficult here. The next question or the final question for the day, f of x is given. We need you to find the number of points of discontinuity of mod of f of x. So when somebody talks about mod of f of x, I'll say this is how the mod of f of x will or should look like. Any confusions on that? Now let me try and redefine this. I am now redefining the function mod of f of x, right? Let me begin with this. X is greater than or equal to 1. 5 more minutes, the question will be done. When x is already greater than or equal to 1, mod of x will be positive. I mean x will be positive, so mod of x doesn't make any sense. So for that it will be x for all the values of x which are greater than or equal to 1. For all the values of x which are between 0 to 1. For all the values of x which are between 0 to 1. I hope I need not tell you, x square will also be between 0 to 1. So minus of this and minus of this will be negative. So if I wish to remove this mod, I need to introduce or multiply it by a negative sign. So minus of whole of this will be x square plus 2 as long as x is between 0 and 1. Understood it comfortably? Now when x is negative, two things will be there. With x plus 2, I'll split it into two ranges, which means first, when x is greater than minus 2, when x is greater than minus 2 but less than 0. So when x is greater than minus 2 but less than 0, what happens with that? You can take any value. Of course, let's say minus 1 plus 2 is positive. So with this domain, it will be positive, which means x plus 2 remains like this. But for all the values of x, which are less than minus 2, x plus 2 will be negative. So it should be opened with the negative sign, minus x minus 2. Everybody with me with me on this. How did I created the complete definition here? No confusion on that. Again, if I could mark these questions, this was easy, of course easy, this was easy, don't try to call it moderate, this was easy, and the final question we are doing is amazingly easy. I wouldn't call it difficult. So all the digit types ones should have been done by you. So here now the number of points of discontinuity. So let me try and find f of minus 2 minus. So the left hand limit at minus 2. So put the value here. Minus of minus 2, that's 2, minus 2, that's 0. Now let me find f of minus 2 plus or f of minus 2. That I can find from here. So minus 2 plus 2, that's 0. So it is continuous here. No problem here. Right. Now let me find f of 0 minus. F of 0 minus. So f of 0 minus I'll get from here. 0 plus 2 is 2. But what can I get from here? F of 0 plus I'll try to get from here. So f of 0 plus here will be 0 plus 2. That's again 2. So this is continuous here as well. No problem at all. Everybody understood this? Yes, yes, Kalakaddu, just put it in the actual comment box, not in this live chat discussion, the actual comment of this video, right? So that I'll get it rectified and I'll discuss the solution of that question as well in the WhatsApp group. So I hope you are following the WhatsApp channel. Now let's focus on the next question. Oh, sorry, the next data, f of 1 minus. So when you talk about f of 1 minus, what would that be? I think 1 plus 2, that's 3. But when you talk about f of 1 plus, that will be 1, and there it is becoming discontinuous. So number of points of discontinuity will be 1, and that is 1. Everybody has understood this solution. I think we can call it a day here. You must have gotten a lot of clarity, and easy to moderate level of paper it was, mock 5. And with these analysis, you are definitely understanding a lot of other learnings as well. You're revising all the concepts. That is definitely helping you for the boards as well. Wow, amazing. If you are generally saying this, and if you are saying this, that's brilliant. We are really proud of you, everybody. So I think we can now call it a day. Remember this, that keep practicing, keep attempting mocks, keep watching those one-shots, revise notes, solve the DPPs or PYQs, and with that you will definitely excel in life. That's great, Tigers of 4455. I think we can culminate this. Thank you so much. You have been a great audience.